All right. Thank you, Chris. Evening, everyone. Welcome to our Williamsport City Council meeting. It is Thursday, December 15th, 2022. 7:02 p.m. for the record. We are meeting remotely tonight due to inclement weather conditions. I hope everybody is safe and sound. For everybody that's here and for everybody that's listening in. I'm going to announce here quickly that we did have a brief executive session regarding matters of litigation for the record. For the record, we also have 5 members of council in attendance: myself, Adam Yoder, Eric Biter, Vince Polizzi, Bonnie Katz, Liz Mealy. So we do have a quorum tonight. We'll move to item 3, approval of city council meeting minutes dated November 16th, 2022. These are the minutes for budget work session number 1. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Are there any comments or questions related to the minutes? Hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Polizzi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
yes,
Mrs. Katz,
yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Item 4, limited courtesy to the floor. We have had no requests tonight that I'm aware of. Mrs. Frank, did you get any here before the meeting started?
No, I didn't.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Like I said, we're going to bounce around a couple of items here quickly. We'll move to item 8, Mrs. Frank.
Resolution releasing the City of Williamsport ARPA funds to the Williamsport Municipal Water Authority.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. So this is a resolution just simply releasing the funds that we've allocated in our rescue plan funding budget to the Water Authority. We allocated these funds back in February, March when we initially put this budget together. I think the Water Authority has done work that they intended to use this money for at this point. And this is simply releasing the funds. From here, you know, the administration can simply just transfer, go through that process to get them the money. This was reviewed in Public Works. Bonnie, I apologize, I was not able to make it. So I'll turn it over to you to speak to the conversation in Public Works.
we did have a discussion, as you stated, Adam. We did appropriate these funds way back when, and there was no more discussion on it because this is much needed. We're hoping that they'll be able to get more funding as from other areas at this point because of everything that they're doing. It's going to take a lot of money to accomplish what they need to get done. And other than that, that's about it.
Yeah, here. I would agree. Any other comments or questions from other members of council on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Polizzi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
yes,
Mrs. Katz,
Bonnie, you're muted.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Eric, you both and getting this fun and a wonderful happy holiday and a good new year. All right, we'll move to item. Oh, yeah, sorry guys, thank you. We'll move to item 17, Mrs. Frank.
Resolution accepting contract with First Due for software for the fire department.
Did the resolution change? Or did the end of change? I have item 17 as the.
Oh, that is 18.
Okay, let's do the insurance policy one then.
Resolution for various insurance needs for policy year 0103-124.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion.
second,
Molly. you're up.
Thank you. Consideration to extend the city's liability compensation, $357,939. Umbrella excess liability insurance in the amount of $32,308,000. Cyber liability insurance in the amount of $16,506,000. Workers' compensation insurance in the amount of $386,173. On the line, we have Kevin Frink from Gallagher Insurance, who took a lot of time to put this package together for us tonight.
Thank you, Molly. This was reviewed in finance. Liz?
This item was reviewed in finance, Adam. With causing a temper tantrum in the background. Yes, this item was reviewed in finance. We had some discussion. The city obviously saw a substantial reduction in the cost of our insurance policy this year, but per Kevin, we would have seen an increase in line with the insurance market in general had it not been for the removal of several pieces of property and a large chunk of our workers' comp related to the separation with RBC. So we saw about $147,000 reduction, although Kevin, I apologize, I didn't quite catch there at the beginning. Did we succeed in obtaining cybersecurity?
That
You're correct. And while similar in the coming, in the coming years with increases, because we won't be adding RB2 back in, but it's important to note that what would initially appear to be a substantial savings over last year is in fact a minor increase instead. But I don't think that finance had any doubts about our coverage. Kevin was resolving the cybersecurity question on Tuesday. I'm glad to see it's been resolved. With that said, I think that I will leave it to other members of the finance committee. I believe in this case that was only Eric. If he recollects any other points of discussion that I am not currently bringing to mind.
All right, thanks, Liz. Molly, what was the number for the cyber again?
16,506.
Okay, so we need to amend the resolution to incorporate that into the coverage. So I'll make a motion to amend the resolution to include cybersecurity insurance for a value of $16,506. Is there a second to that motion to amend? Motion is second. Any comments or questions related to that proposed amendment? Excuse me.
My curiosity is with the cyber insurance, what exactly is that covering? What are we, does it cover the city as a whole? Does it cover just the police department? What is it? Is it ransomware software? So what is that we're benefiting from spending the extra $1,000?
I'll defer to Kevin Fink on that, and I'll send out the proposal to all of council then.
Thank you.
Yeah, the benefit this year is not quite as good as it was in the past, but what you have are various different cybersecurity, privacy and security. If either private health information or personally identifying information that's in your care is released, you have coverage for your liability for that. You have a new sublimit on there for cyber extortion or ransomware that used to be included at the full policy limit. That has been reduced to $250,000 due to the current state of the city's cybersecurity controls. There's third party and first party coverage. You take credit card payments, the PCI liabilities built into that, multimedia, media on your website or other infringements. And then for first party, like I said, most of that would either be ransomware or other damage to your data due to a security or cyber breach.
Mr. Fink, I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this question or not. This is also a question for Mr. Black. Does this require us to do any work or any more work on the IT side to get into any kind of compliance for the insurance?
Yes, it does. As a matter of fact, this quote itself is has certain subjectivities. Let me find it real quick. I apologize. It's the one thing I do not have right in front of me. Let's see, where are these subjectivities? We're going to need your IT people to give us a approximate number of unique records that you collect, store, host, or process. Controls, use, or shares that contain, private or sensitive information in paper or electronic form. You need confirmation of your endpoint detection response provider, the Cloud, CrowdStrike, Falcon Endpoint Protection, Bitdefender, SentinelOne, Windows Defender, but what kind of endpoint detection response do you have in place for Williamsport? And then they want a freshly signed application attesting to those factors.
And will this coverage commence prior to getting all of that? So we have no lapse?
It will not. We'll need that prior to January 1st.
Okay, that is up to you then, Mr. Black. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions related to the amendment? Or the proposed amendment? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank, on the motion to amend, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Viter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes, Janice.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion to amend passes 5-0. We're back at the main motion. Any other comments or questions related to the item in front of us?
I
Okay.
think, Adam, we should ask Chris. Chris, are you going to be able to get this accomplished?
No, this will not be accomplished by January 1st because there's items in this current budget that I'm needing to perform most of these tasks.
Can I ask a quick question? Does the city not have any sort of endpoint detection and response provider that it utilizes?
We do have some endpoint protection, but not to the limits that I'd like to see. We do not have multi-factor authentication.
I understand.
Endpoint protection in place.
They do understand you do not have MFA. What they do want to know is what the endpoint detection and response provider.
Okay, I can provide that to you.
Okay.
Then
then
I
the other part would be
the
the number of
the
records.
questionnaires.
Yeah, and I say, I apologize. This is one of those things where the goalposts keep moving around.
Yeah,
That's just the market that we're in with this right now.
right. Yes, I can provide that information for you tomorrow when I get back to the office.
Very good.
It sounds like, Chris, you'll be working with Kevin and then to get this accomplished as soon as possible then, right? I don't,
Mrs. Katz. Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please. On the main motion, excuse me.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Viter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, name motion passes 5-0. Janice, I got the change on the agenda. Just correct me if I'm getting my numbers mixed up. Let me get to that point, okay?
Gotcha.
Okay, I think that takes care of all of our guests that are coming from the city or Veteran, so we'll kind of go back in order. We'll go back up to item 5. Frank,
Ordinance of the City of Williamsport adopting various operating budgets for the City of Williamsport, including the General Fund, Capital Projects Fund, City Hall Operating Fund, Liquid Fuels Fund, Debt Service Fund, Act 13 Fund, and Pool Repair Fund, and this is final reading.
is there a motion and a second?
So move. Second.
A second. All right. Reading of our ordinance approving the 2023 budget, the general fund, the various other budgets, etc. We made a handful of changes last week. There are a couple of changes that I'll throw out to start out this week that came from Tracy and the administration in relation to the change that we made in the capital projects budget with the Bearcat and then the increase in the public works budget. Tracy, I apologize. I meant to call you today, but it's been a bit of a day with the weather that we have in front of us here. So I got your note and I appreciate you outlining the changes. And just to make sure that I'm not missing anything, so we want to reduce the transfers in from the general fund and the capital projects fund by 294.5. Reduce transfers out to capital projects fund in the general fund by 294.500, and then the capital projects fund, capital purchases, police, reduce that by 310. Correct?
Correct. That's in effect the way the flow would need to work to implement what Councilman Biter introduced last week.
Okay. Could you help me out with page numbers on the? I'll make those motions here. I know where I'm at on capital projects, but do you mind giving me the page number on the general fund that you're referring to, just to make sure I get the right one?
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, it may take me a moment because there's a lot of pages.
No worries. No worries. And again, my apologies. It's been a day.
So the transfer out the general fund on number 32. The line item is transfer to capital projects.
Yep, gotcha. Okay.
That needs to be reduced.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to reduce the transfer to capital projects line item by $294,500. Is there a second to that motion?
second,
Motion is second. Any comments or questions related to this?
I just want to reiterate what we all said last week and something that we all believe. This is something that I think there is benefit to the community because of the events and influx of population that we have during Little League and so on. But considering that this is used by 10 counties for various reasons, and the CERT team is multiple municipalities participating, we need to look at resources for that. We need to look at them to help pay for this resource.
You're slightly incorrect with the 10 counties. I tried to explain it last week. I know it's a little difficult to understand it. The 10 county response is a terrorism task force. That's for that alone. That's not for operations. So we only respond to those 10 counties in the event of first act of some kind of terrorist act. So I was trying to differentiate between that and what our actual operating tactics are here with the CERT team itself. So it's not fair to say, go ask 10 other counties for that. That's what we're in the task force for. So we already get funding for them. But unfortunately, the funding that they provide to all 10 counties is for all first responders, and it's not enough to cover a Bearcat. So I just want to make sure we understand that. So with the events being said, that has nothing to do with the 10 counties thing. That's a totally separate thing other than the operations of what the CERT team does. So to go ask them for funding, that's not, we already get funding from the task force itself. That would be the terrorism task force. That's a totally different response and operation than what we do. So for our main function, we don't do that in the 10 counties. So hostage rescue, barricaded gunmen, high-risk search warrants, and those things, that's our primary function. The 10 county thing with the terrorism task force, that's a response entity to 10 counties in the event of a terrorist attack. So I make sure we understand it.
I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions related to the motion to amend? Okay, hearing seen on Mrs. Franklin, the motion to amend.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes,
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion to amend passes 5-0. Let me try to pull up my capital projects fund here.
Page 34.
Okay. So we are talking about reducing, all right, so I'm gonna make a second to amend percent motion to amend. Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Franklin, the motion to amend.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
yes,
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion. Five. In there for that Bearcat.
No, yeah, the 310 was the actual purchase of it coming
Gotcha.
out.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Okay. I will then make one more motion to amend the capital purchase police line item under projected expenditures on the capital project. That $1,000. Is there a second?
Second.
second,
Motion and a second. Any comments or questions related to that motion to amend?
Just to clarify here real quick, we are on page 35.
34.
I'm sorry, yes, 34.
Mhm.
Capital purchases, police reducing from 560 down to what would be essentially 250.
Yep.
Okay. Just
Yep,
to
that's
verify.
correct.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Franklin, the third motion to amend.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Bider,
Yeah.
Mealy,
Motion to amend passes 0. For the initial procedural changes that I had, and again, Tracy, thank you for summarizing that for me. That was extremely helpful. And I'll open the floor for others, if there's any others out there that any members of council would like to see.
Adam,
Yes, Bonnie.
Okay, I brought up the fact of raising Gary Norris' salary by $10,000.
Mhm.
And the administration was going to, I guess, discuss among themselves what they were planning on doing.
Yes, that is correct. I believe the administration was comfortable with a 2 to 3% increase in addition to what they had already factored into the budget. Mayor Slaughter, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So Bonnie, and this is open for debate amongst the five of us. If we were if we were comfortable with that level of a middle ground, 3% would increase the salary that is budgeted for Gary to, by my math, $63,663.
I think that's not enough for all the work that he's been doing and will be doing until codes is up to snuff and we have a director in codes. I don't see what the problem is. He's doing two departments and taking care of two departments. I mean, you're talking planning, zoning, and codes. Yes, they overlap one another in certain areas, but it's still a lot more work that's put on this man. $1,000 raise. I don't know what the problem is with taking on more work and doing really a good job as far as keeping this department up to snuff. So to me, I think a $10,000 raise is not out of the question from the standpoint of what is being done.
Thank you, Bonnie. Mayor Slaughter, not to put you on the spot, but I mean, maybe it would be helpful to understand the administration's thought process on the proposal that you had offered us earlier in the week. That might be helpful to maybe understand, where you're coming from, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Sure, absolutely. So I think the 2 to 3% on top of the 3% that was proposed, given that he is, as Councilwoman Katz said, overseeing the day-to-day operations of the codes department now. As far as that, we have Barry Iset that is also working on all of the other items that require those certifications, which we lost with his departure. We also had a 2% from Dinar from June of 20 this year to now. And so in our opinion, moving forward with this, we felt this was an appropriate recommendation for the salary. Moving sort of technical, but I know sometimes we bring up directors, but this is not a directorship per the current administrative code. So just slightly different.
Gotcha. Slaughter, I appreciate it's a little bit helpful to, I think, understand where you're coming from.
So Adam, if I can just clarify the numbers here quick.
Yes, please, by all means.
So it seems that Gary's receiving Mr. Nar is receiving the 3% increase received across the board by all employees this
Yes.
this year, and then an additional 5% increase within the course between what would be receiving, what we're an additional 5% increase within the course of the past year, and then what we're contemplating now. Give or take, I'm assuming the percentages might be slightly different given they're all being calculated off of the changed income, but that's a 5% increase for district. Would put us more in line with something along a total increase of about 18%.
Yes, I have 19% of it. That's right.
So it's not actually working with the calculator, so doing particularly precise calculations is not going to be my bag right now. Yeah. So I think there's a difference there of about 14%. And I'm not weighing in particularly strongly on this. I think the higher number might be a little high simply for the additional responsibilities within the office. And the lower number perhaps a little low in my opinion, but I would certainly like to hear what other members of council think and the administration.
If I may interject, my concern is when we do find somebody to fill that position, it makes it much more difficult then to justify that higher number. I do hope that the plan is from the administration that they're going to go out and continue to look for somebody to fill that position. So I would have a hard time justifying that higher number as well. But until that happens, we do have to recognize that Mr. Jannar has done a very good job of doing that role with those added responsibilities in the meantime. And we also have to recognize that he will probably have to continue to do so even after we bring somebody on board so they can understand city operations.
Thank you for that, Mr. Biter. Mayor Slaughter, remind me, I'm looking again at the salary detail. I don't see anything budgeted for the building official line item in 2023. Can
Sure.
you refresh me, please, on the I think the process moving forward, what your plan is with that role, timing, et cetera, if you would, please?
Sure. When we brought Barry Isett on, I think that at least it appeared to me the conversation was to see how that was going with Barry Isett for a while, to see if we liked that relationship with them between working with the city and the additional responsibilities they were handling. And so at the moment, I think that relationship appears to be going very well. The plans and everything are getting processed and out the door relatively quickly. And so I think we just wanted to give that a little bit of time to see if that was a situation where we wanted to keep it in place for a little bit, or do we want to amend? We got another conversation about amending the administrative code for the residency requirement for these positions. And then here, I think we would give a little time. The guy was working out. I don't disagree that we could amend the administrative code for the residency, which was what got us, a little more difficulty when we were looking for public works and other positions and moving forward. And then we can put a salary in there. Or if we think the relationship is going well and it's saving us a little bit of money, we could continue moving forward with Barry Isett. So that was the initial conversation, I think, when we brought the contract forward.
Gotcha. Misinterpreting this. The way I'm interpreting that is, I think we're still kind of determining the path that we want to take. We have this relationship with Barry Isett. So far it's going okay, at least to good. But we're not quite at the point where we're like, we're willing to continue down the path on a permanent basis. Is that a fair interpretation?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Okay.
the way I was seeing it anyway is let's take a look at it in 2023. Let's see how it goes. Since we sort of just started at end of July, and give us a year or so, and then we can review it at that time. And if we want to, make changes at that point. But I think it's not easy. I think the be a large company, and so that was the way I'm thinking about it. Let's see how it's working out. Give it a little bit of time, and then do another assessment and bring that before council with the how it's going.
Okay. I appreciate it. Let me circle back to Amelia. Please tell me if I your feedback from other members. So I probably, I mean, I would gladly vote for a 3% raise for Gary right now. I would like to see more. And I say that because I think my gut tells me that the scope of work that he has taken on is still greater than 3%, right? And so but Miss Mealy, to your point, I understand the other side of where you're coming from. Here's an idea that just came to my head, and frankly, if this was thrown out before, I missed it. So just tell me. Maybe we could do something a little bit more than 3%. Maybe it's 5 or 6. It's not the the double digit percentage that we were hoping or had discussed last week. And then if we're going to continue down this road of Gary being the head of the bureau, right? When we make that determination later in 2023, if that's the route we continue to go, I would like us to revisit that at that point, and maybe we make that salary reflect what the final decision is at that point. So I don't know if that answers your question, Liz. It kind of does, but I think it's just another idea as well.
I think that was actually largely my point out. We feel comfortable, but we're definitely comfortable. So if that's something that makes everyone else more comfortable, then I think that would be fine. To Eric's point, right? It's a pretty rare occurrence to give someone increased pay for increased duties, reduce the duties, and reduce the pay. So I think we do need to be very careful on that front.
Liz, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, I'll say it.
Where's the
tape?
Make it better?
Just kidding. I couldn't help it, Liz. I'm sorry. That just popped
Now we
in.
got to go after the computer.
Yeah, well, no, I'm concerned that it's my Wi-Fi, and I'm not sure. I don't have much cell service up here either, so I don't know if I can make it any better. But is that helping?
A little
No?
bit.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
A little bit.
sorry. All right, well, I'll just keep my mouth shut. That'll make everybody happy. Anyway, I agree with you, Adam. How about that?
So, well,
What if, Adam, what if I suggested we go 5% right now?
I mean,
How would that be with?
see Derek nodding his head. I don't know if that is that to respond to that, or is it something else? Sorry.
Yes, that's fine. I mean, obviously, I don't have really a say, and I have a say, but not a vote clearly. But yeah, 5% is.
Okay.
We just don't want to lose a good worker being burned out. I think that's where I'm coming from. I think we all realize when you're doing so many different positions, it can be a mental and physical strain. And at least if you're acknowledged for what you're doing, and saying that you're well appreciated, and sometimes we have to do it monetarily. That's the reason why I'm doing this, because it is. I mean, we all know when we're put in positions where we're doing multitude of jobs, it starts to wear and tear on your body and mind. So
Vince
I'm
Vince
finished.
just texted me. His computer just here he comes. Okay, we're good. I was gonna say we need him if we're gonna change it. So
That's right. We need 5.
yeah. So by my math, if we
Where
would
did
do
that go? Because I don't have a
5%,
calculator.
I'm doing it right now. So by my math, if we would do 5%, that would 64,900.
Okay.
Vince, well, he's connected to the audio. Liz, any any thoughts from that, on that proposal?
Okay, can you hear me better like this?
Oh, my goodness,
Wow,
yes.
crystal
Wow.
clear.
It was something to do with my headset, but I'm not sure what. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
The
No
operation of it's a little opaque, so now we're just on the phone. Yeah, I am comfortable with that number. And I think that sounds more in line with this, with the increase that I feel comfortable with. So sounds good, guys.
Give me 1 second. Okay, no, I'm doing this the wrong way. All right, so that would be an increase of $3,092. So, Vince, I don't know when you fell off. We were just kind of still continuing the discussion on Gary's salary. I think between the administration and the rest of us on council, I think we've come to a comfort level of 5% for Gary. I see him nod his head, so I think he's.
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. I apologize.
No worries.
Went completely blank, so I'm actually logged in on my cell phone now. The one thing that and forgive me for jumping in here, and I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. Obviously we know that Mr. Norris I'm sure that work he's doing. And to the mayor's point, they're looking to potentially, or they're still looking to hire. But I'd like to ask, has anyone spoken to Mr. Nahr personally to get kind of some feedback on how he feels with the workload that's being placed upon him and kind of where his salary position is in relation to that?
I did talk to Gary after last week's meeting. He loves his job. He loves what he's doing. So it's no problem whatsoever. He was happy to feel that he was at least respected for what he is doing.
Yep. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate hearing that. That I've worked with Mr. Nahr several times, and he is very, very good at his job. So, I just want to make sure that we are taking care of Mr. Nahr as well as he takes care of us. If the council has come to the decision that the 5% is adequate right now, and then to your point, Adam, that I'm guessing this is what was confirmed while I was dropped off, that we're going to revisit this here in a predetermined time period to come back and reassess Mr. Nahr's roles and responsibilities to make sure that they're in line with his pay. Is that correct?
I as one have said personally like to see that. And I just say that because if we're gonna ask Gary to be managing more people and dealing with that scope of work on a permanent basis, I do think it's appropriate to revisit it because I think that changes the role. But I can only speak for myself. So
okay, thank you. And to that I will definitely agree with you. That for the simple time being right now is that I can get behind the 5%, of course, and then we revisit this to make sure that Mr. Nahr is again that his pay is commensurate with the workload that he's handling.
If I can make a suggestion as well, gentlemen.
certainly.
It would strike me that then in the meantime, as we're busy evaluating exactly what this role looks like in the codes department and exactly how we're handling, our codes department in terms of outsourcing some to Barry Izett and keeping some of our codes operations in-house and zoning operations in-house, it would probably be wise for us to look at a salary range on a statewide level. So that when we're discussing, and at some point, clearly that for city positions in general, wise for us, and I think we fall within those ranges on a number of positions in the city. Okay, so that's something I think that perhaps we should consider for the coming year across the board.
Yep, and sorry, can I?
No, go
Yeah,
Derek. That was all I had
Yeah,
to say.
yeah, I was just
Big
gonna say
deadline
that.
otherwise.
Yep, to that point exactly. We've started that, and I've actually started reaching out. Few cities have done wage studies, so I'm starting to get recommendations from companies they used, and maybe put out an RFP if council thinks that's prudent in 2023 to start to look at a wage study across the board for our employees. So that's all I want to say.
President Yoder,
Thanks.
may I clarify something?
Yes, please.
So the calculation that I've done, I'm trying to figure out, you did 5% on top of the 3%? Was that your intention?
So, under the salary detail, his proposed salary is 61,000 and
808.
I left the page. So I was doing 5% on top of that salary.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I just wanted everybody to be clear because I wasn't clear at first. I thought you were saying 5% total. I didn't realize you were saying over 8% total.
Yes. Yeah, I think that they were 8% total, I believe, Tracy. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. That wasn't what I was hearing.
Any other comments or questions? Bonnie, do you want to formally make that motion, or do you need me to?
I'd like to make a motion to increase the salary line item, which I think the number is 2250. Am I correct in that? To a total of, we say 5% has already been done. Make an amendment to increase his salary by 5%.
Hang on. I had the number.
I know I've written with all my numbers. I can't
Yeah,
find
I
it
had the
now.
number and then I went to a different page.
It's an additional $3,092 that would be added to
Yes.
salaries.
Thank you, Tracy.
Certainly.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Motion is second. Any further comments or questions on this item or that motion to amend? Okay, hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion to amend.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion to amend passes 5-0. Thanks everyone for the discussion. Administration, Mayor Slaughter, thank you for consideration and collaborating with us on that as well. We appreciate it. We'll very much look forward to seeing where this department goes. And Gary, I don't know if you're out there, but thanks for all you do. We appreciate you, the work you're doing. All right. I'll yield the floor to others. Are there other amendments or adjustments that others like to discuss, propose, etc.?
There is one that I would like to propose.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for multiple line items within the budget, all associated with rent. Let's see here. We have the opportunity before us to put ourselves in a position where we can pay significantly less as a city by leasing the county versus leasing from RVTA. Considering all that's going on between the city and RVTA as we continue to untangle ourselves from them, I think it's prudent for us to not rent from them as well, and considering the savings. So should I do this one item at a time, or should I do it as a bulk item? I should probably be a bulk item here. So
If you want to reduce the rent line items by some, I would say you can make one amendment, one motion to amend. And I would try to read each individual line item and by how much you want to reduce each line item.
All right, let's do that. So the departments would be city council. I'd like to make a motion that we reduce that by $190. The city clerk, we'd reduce that by $2,639. The mayor's rent line, we would reduce that by $1,256. The budget and fiscal officer would reduce that by $1,249. The controller by $1,526. The tax collector, we would reduce that by $1,576. Human resources, we would reduce that by $432. Public safety, we reduce that by $12,054. Codes department, we were reduced by $1,050. Planning and economic development, we would reduce by $1,268. And information technology, we would reduce by $735 for a total reduction of $23,975.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Biter. Is there a second to that motion? I'll second it. So, Mr. Biter, walk us through the rationale on your approach to the amendment.
So what I'm looking at, trying to sense of time, I'm asking that city departments on January 1st or February 1st, or even within the first half of the year. I'm asking that we do our due diligence, make sure we get a proper floor plan done of the space needed and the space that's offered to us by Lycoming County. And this is being reduced so that way the move would be done in the fourth quarter. So city departments would have plenty of time and make arrangements for that move sometime in October.
Got it. Okay. So the reductions essentially reflect going to a different rent structure at the back end of the year.
That's correct. By the fourth quarter. So the first 3 quarters of the year, things would stay pretty much status quo with the intention of having everything ready to move October 1.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So we have a motion and a second to amend a handful of items. Any comments or questions from other members of council on the amendment, the proposed amendment, excuse me, or members of the administration? Lonnie, you okay?
I'm okay. I'm fine. I need to go get a drink.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments, Adam. I can, if anyone else has something
Sure.
to say, I'm happy to go last.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I will be voting against this amendment. I appreciate the desires of, I believe it's several members of council to save the city money on rent. However, I disagree with the administration's initial choice to move out of Old City Hall somewhat quickly, and I don't feel as though continuing to sort of hop from one property to another is going to be beneficial either to the city's employees or to city government and our cohesiveness as a in total. I also continue to have some issues with the idea of the city residing in the second story of an office building, just from the perspective of the appearance and the impression of city government. I feel as though that is detrimental to us, both from the inside and from and from the outside looking in. So like I said, I appreciate the thought that goes into this, and I would certainly, as the administration contemplates what to do about a more permanent home and a more permanent arrangement for the city offices, as we contemplate that next year, I would appreciate the administration taking the county's offered space into consideration. But that said, I wouldn't support reducing the rent, because I once again just don't feel that it's prudent for us to make another move so quickly without really fully analyzing what we'd like to do. And frankly, as members of council who don't have permanent offices within City Hall, it strikes me that this is one item in which we perhaps have less of a say than the members of the administration who do reside there full time. But thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Liz. I understand where you're coming from. Certainly, I don't know that there is really any good answer that probably any of us 100% agree on, unfortunately. And I think that's probably been the case with this issue probably since like the 50s and 60s, when all the people that came before us went through this iteration probably close to half a dozen, if not a dozen times leading up to this point, right? There's trade-offs, but there's benefits. Certainly understand where you're coming from. At least from my perspective, I think the benefits are worth making the move to share services, to try to streamline services and costs. I mean, we've openly talked about just the structural issues that we have with our budget, right, Liz? And I think it's things like this that are going to help us through that and keep us afloat in the long run. So that makes it worth it to me. But you're certainly understand your points, and I appreciate you bringing them forward and getting them on the record nonetheless. So any other comments or questions related to this motion to amend?
Adam, I would.
Hang on. I heard the mayor. I saw Chris Black, and I heard Bonnie. Mayor Slaughter, I'll gladly offer the floor to you. You're the first person I heard. So.
Sure. I think that was Chris you heard. I didn't say anything, but yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Chris, if you have something to say, you're welcome to, but I will defer to Chris if I made that mistake. I apologize.
I do have something to say, but Chris can. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, good evening,
Chris,
everyone.
the floor is yours.
The question I have is, what space in which building is this being offered, and who's going to do the reconstruction for blocking out the different offices and getting the infrastructure put in place for it?
So, sorry.
Hold on.
So I think the proposal, at least the initial conversations that different members have had over, I don't know when it was or how long it's been. I believe it was the second floor of 3rd Street Plaza. It's open, right? I think we would need to negotiate a lease agreement, right? The beginning part to the mid part of the year, and in that negotiation, put a plan together. And I think that based on what we need, from my experience, I think we could work something out where ideally I think the owner of the building would work through that. I mean, I think that was kind of the deal that happened with when we moved over to Trade and Transit 1 and 2, for example, right? I think we need to work through that, but I think we have time to work through that. I think Mr. Biter's amendment, gives us ample time to do that, right?
If I can just make some observations from being a former employee there. I know the current maintenance crew does the construction and reconstruction, not used by projects because they just don't have manpower to keep like this don't see them being able to handle it without taking away the services from the different magistrates' offices and the other departments that are in the middle of the move.
You're probably more familiar with that backlog as a former county employee than I am, to be honest with you. So I think that's, something we'd have to work through and negotiate when we, work through a finalized lease, right? So, and as a customer, I think that we'd have to, obviously take it into consideration and think through that. So certainly. I'm sorry, Mayor Slaughter, you said you had something, and then I'll go to Ms. Katz, then I'll go to you.
Sure. To Chris's point, that was one point I had. It seems a little rushed. I don't think we should hamstring ourselves if we don't, if we don't have anything in place. I've not seen me personally, I've not seen anything from the commissioners that they've sent over related to any type of initial, what they might be considering or looking at. I know there's at least one commissioner, at least at this point, that looks like he's probably not going to run. So we could be turning over at least one commissioner, if not more. I don't know if you all have talked to any of them, our employees or not. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. We were talking about employees with the last item. I think this would be just a grenade to drop on them in the middle of everything else that's going on. I personally don't see the benefits out of this, just picking up and leaving when we're situated where we are currently and trying to get it figured out. I think that's, I talked about that a little bit last week. I think we continue to need to get our house in order. There's still variables hanging out there. Let's get those in place. I'm not sure what services, at least I have not spoken to the commissioners about possible services that could be shared. They're in a very public battle right now amongst their own services, let alone trying to share services with us. I think that would muddy the water there. And I'm not even sure from a legal perspective, I've not talked to Norm or Austin about what may even be permitted to be shared or what would make sense to be shared from that standpoint. So I think there's just so many variables. Of course, I'm on board. That's out there. First, we don't have. What are we going to do? Then are we going to be on the street? Are we going to come back to the budget and say, okay, now we're going to increase the rent back up? It just seems very rushed. We all have a ton of stuff on our plate to have to try and have this in place by September and moved out and have everything constructed. I think we give ourselves time to negotiate across the board, not just other potential sites, and then go from there. I'm not sure we want to hamstring ourselves though, to say, hey, come October 1, we're out of rent money and not sure what we're going to do now. I think my humble opinion, we keep the rent in there. We continue to work through this, talk to the commissioners, see what the formal offer would be, negotiate that with them or anyone else that might be out there, and then go from there, looking at what would be permitted, what might even be feasible logistically for them, what Chris just said, which I wasn't aware of that, but of course he's a former county employee. As you said, Councilman Yoder, he would know that more than us, and see whether it just seems like a very irrational reaction at the moment that we should take some time to really look at and then get the option on the table and then come back to this to revisit. That's my opinion. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor Slaughter. I appreciate the perspective very much. Mrs. Katz, you had a comment as well?
Yes, keeping our here. Really, since we are in RVT territory at this point and paying, really, the rent that we are paying, we don't know where this is all going to stand when it's all said and done. Are we going to owe money? Are we going to do whatever? We're in flux. We really are in flux. I mean, I don't want to see us become we're at building. We really have no now. nobody would understand or even realize that this is City Hall, that we're occupying at this point. I don't want to see it happen. So that's because one of the other things I do want to agree with Liz, when we moved out of City Hall, it really did happen quickly. It really did happen quickly. And it happened before we even had all the information as far as what was going on with mold and things like that. At this point, it's been sitting empty for so long, Lord only knows what's going on in that building. So it's, you know, we're just in flux as far as I'm concerned. Maybe everybody, you know, in some of the administration is very comfortable where they're at. But for me, mentally, I kind of look at this as let's not get too comfortable until we really know exactly where we're going to be. I mean, we hear the mayor saying that he works out of his kitchen. That is not kitchen in there. That isn't a place for a mayor to be working. You know, there should be an office that's set up for him. You know, there are different things that, you know, out of respect for the offices. So, you know, that's where, you know, I'm coming from. I just want to make sure that we are going to make sure our options are kept open.
Mayor Slaughter, by all
Sure,
means.
yes, I just want to say I agree that we will not become complacent, Councilwoman Katz. We continue to work through. I think as we noted last week, once we get the city assets, whatever transpires with that related to the all of the buildings in the city that we're working through, that'll give us a chance to come back to the table again, look at that, what buildings are staying with the city, what may be or is going to be transferred, and take a look at that point. Also, I think eventually we won't be able to become complacent because there's going to be a lot of moving parts over the next few weeks and couple months here. That's going to force us to have these conversations a few more times. And so again, I'll say, you know, when we're looking at short term, long term, and completed, once they're completed, that could open us up to be able to do some bonds. Again, if we want to do that and look at, you know, maybe even the possibility of constructing, you know, a newer, modern municipal building, which a lot of municipalities are doing nowadays, that are moving out of their city halls because they're no longer, you know, feasible. So there's a lot of options that we continually look at, and we're not going to become complacent. But I just wanted to let you know that there's still a lot of moving parts. We're going to continue to have this conversation quite often over the next few weeks or so.
I'm very happy to hear that, Mayor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Pelisi.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. I think my computer's done glitching on me.
Can hear
Crystal
you,
clear.
Vince.
Thanks, Bonnie. So, I mean, we have these conversations, and you know, I'm sitting back and I'm listening to where everybody's coming from. And I think at the core where everybody's coming from is, you know, we're trying to do what we feel is in the best interest of the people of the city that we're representing, right? I understand where we're at as far as where certain members of council are coming from. We're trying to save money every single place that we can. You know, we've been fortunate up to now that we've had some ARPA money to kind of fill in, help get everything up to snuff, you know, fill in some blanks. And their concern is, you know, so what happens when the ARPA money is gone and we don't have it there? Forgive me. Somebody tell that close.
Yeah, it's a little better than 3 months.
It's a little bit.
And by next year, likely to be up to 4 and change.
So, I mean, to have an honest conversation about this by next year, if we don't have ARPA funds to fill these things in, we're going to be looking at a $4 million deficit which equates to approximately a 5 mil tax increase to every single property within the city of Williamsport. Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption? I looked up a couple things, and maybe that's wrong, but where I got my information from, resident of the city of Williamsport is $35,717. So look at a potential 5 mil tax increase. You know, if we would ever come to the point to where we'd have to raise those taxes to balance, that's absurd to try and put that on there. So I know we're really at its core, what we need to think about and look at is, you know, a hit decision. Thought I don't think I mean, this goes back a long ways. So Councilman Yoder, Councilman Biter, where you're coming from, I completely understand. We need to save money. We need to do something different. We can't continue to operate this way. So wanting to look at changing the numbers, I get it. I get it as far as looking to move somewhere else that we can save the money, save money with. Also to Mayor Slaughter's point, though, I also get, you know, as far as potentially causing some disruption. So I'll try to sum up my whole little speech or spiel here, whatever you want to call it, is so our lease is coming up. Our RVTA lease is up. How soon?
We have 4 more years.
4 more years. 4 more years. Okay. So is there a way that we could move forward, potentially leave the funding in here in case something goes wrong, but put in any kind of procedure or check to come back in and check on the status of this, to see how we are doing, looking at potential negotiating with the county so we can keep this from falling cracks. We've got to look at saving money every single place that we can. Is this feasible? Is this possible?
Yeah. Are you asking me, Councilman? I'm sorry.
I'd like to get your feedback, Mr. Yoder, Mr. Biter. I'd like to get everybody's kind of feedback where we're at here.
Sure. So from my standpoint, yes, I think the suggestion you made is reasonable and rational, and it makes sense. I'm happy to meet with the commissioners to discuss this formally. And when I say that, I mean in a sense that we're actually looking at not just they can save us, you know, half the rent. That sounds great. I think we all are trying to save money, but we need to really get to into the weeds to look at what this means. What does it mean for utilities? What does it mean for the logistics of it all? Space-wise, are we talking piece as well? What does it mean for the services and everything that we're discussing, and are they even able to make the changes that we need to upfit the building in that time frame? So I think there are a lot of questions. I'm happy to meet with them and you all and council members and the commissioners to discuss this. And others, not just the Third Street Plaza building, but as we explore other options that may become available to us over the next few months or so. So I'm happy to do that. I would also respectfully agree that it would be, I think, put the administration and employees at ease a little bit if we didn't think we were going to be put out October 30th. This doesn't work the way it doesn't work.
So, Mayor, if I may, what do you think would be a reasonable time frame to expect these kind of, you know, if we wanted to start to jumpstart these conversations with the county and delve into the weeds here? Do you think would be
I think the time to January, beginning of February.
Well, and please, anybody, feel free to jump in and tell me if something I'm saying comes across incorrect. Believe me, I'm told I'm wrong an awful lot. So for the sake of this, for the sake of wanting to continue this, to Councilman Biter's point, as far as looking to potentially move City Hall operations for the sake of saving money, but also Mayor Slaughter, for the sake of doing some due diligence, making sure we have those conversations. Adam, is there a way that we can authorize enough funding for the rent to get us through halfway through the year and then revisit this? That way it will force us that we have to come back and revisit this. This has to be a topic of conversation all the time. If for nothing less, but then for the sake of authorizing the funds to be spent again.
So I think what you're asking is there a way to put in some kind of like an actual trigger that's going to force us to come back and circle back on this, right?
Yes, that's really what I'd like to see.
Okay. I mean, so yes, I think actually that's kind of what I think Mr. Biter was getting at whenever he made the initial motion. So I think that trigger is like, hey, you know, we've got enough rent for where we're at for 9 months, and then we'll have enough rent for the 3rd Street. I'm make sure I'm getting my names right because I mix them up all the time. Have enough rent for 3rd Street Plaza at the end of the year, and so I think we have that trigger in there, right? I think that's kind of the intent. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Biter. I think that's kind of what you were getting at.
Absolutely. In the past, I put timelines on things, expiration dates on things, because I want it to be a topic of conversation. I want it to be front of mind, and I want it to be a constant reminder of that. We have to make sure that we are being diligent. And Mayor, I appreciate your concern. Employee wellness is a top priority, and it should be. And I by no means want to move everybody out on January 1st, as I said. I want to make sure that we're doing the best possible for the taxpayers of the city. And right now, I think that our offices in RVTA's buildings are not in the best interest of the taxpayer.
Again, I mean, I'll respectfully disagree. I know I disagreed with that last week. Another thing I'll say to that is, I think we have to be mindful that, again, we have not seen any formal numbers from the county. We're assuming come October 1st that we'll have the rent from October to December. Maybe you all have seen numbers. I have not seen anything official. And so in the event that they say, you know what, we said, you know, whatever number they said that's causing this reduction right here, and they change their minds, that's going to, you know, that could really jam us up as well. So I think we have to be mindful that there's been no formal agreement. We're assuming, I'm not, at least some folks on council are assuming that the commissioners are going to agree to this lower price per square foot. And if they do not, and or other variables come into play, you know, that's why, again, I think we need to be mindful to keep the rent in there. And if we're fortunate to get a lower one, then we can go from there and not need it. It's better that, I think we said it last week. I'm not sure who said it. Maybe Councilman Flizzy, but I don't remember, to have it and not need it, and need it and not have it. So if we get in a position where we need this rent, even if we were to move somewhere else and we weren't have it, I think we just need to be mindful. There's been no agreements. There's been nothing that has come before us to see that they actually are going to do. But apparently they have told some folks, not myself, I've not heard anything officially. Right. So I just want to be mindful. We're assuming that come October, if this transpires the way we're discussing right here, I think there's a lot of that we may not even have rent to cover over there. So, and again, I don't know what happens if we make this reduction, and maybe this is a question for Norm. I guess we can increase it, you know, if it comes October, we say, all right, we can increase it back.
Yeah. If I may jump in there, I was gonna ask, so what happens if we pass Council Biter's motion for reduction? We come up to October 1st and we're not where we want to be able to move into, you know, potentially into the county building. What then? So then we just look to make the resolution to authorize additional funding then to continue on.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a transfer
so-
ordinance.
Yep, we could do a transfer ordinance, yep, to put money right back into it. And we've done that with other line items before, in the general fund, right? On our time together, Vince. We've done transfer ordinances for different salaries or to cover, you know, different contracts, that kind of thing. We've even, I'm trying to remember, we pulled something out of legislative contingent. Yeah, we pulled legislative contingency money out of our budget, I think last year or 2 years ago for something as well. So we can transfer money around to cover that.
I think that may have been for laptops. Or
No, that was this year, but in any event, Tracy, you have something to say. It is so.
I want to be really careful in what we're saying. You can transfer, but I want to be really clear that adding to the budget is different than that. So all else being equal, if you didn't have the ability to transfer, you couldn't cover that rent.
Yeah, and I understand. We do have the ability to transfer though. So.
Right. I just, all else being equal, if you got your budget, I wouldn't be able to reallocate to rent.
What Tracy means is we can't take it out of the bottom line, correct,
Right.
Tracy?
That's correct. You can't add to the budget. You can just transfer among line items. So I just want to be clear.
Right. So if we make this reduction and the funding, Eric, what's the total amount that you're cutting?
The total amount was $2,975.
We can't say, okay, we're going to pull $23,975 out of the city's fund balance. We have to, I might suggest moving it to legislative contingency. We have to have it somewhere.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry, Liz. I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
No, actually, I think that might have been Tracy.
It was
Tracy.
I had one occasion, even on the motion they're making. I'm sorry, Councilman Biter, I wanted to understand, did you say to take some of the rent out of Department 2201, which is streets and parks?
No.
Okay, I was writing very quickly and I just wanted to make sure because that's the streets and park building, not trade and transit.
No, nothing out of streets and parks.
Thank you.
And so the only comment I was going to make, Tracy, if I cut you off, my apologies. I thought it was Liz. My bad. The only thing I was going to say was, you know, to Miss Keeley's point, you know, if we want to have that ability and not have to look for funding somewhere else in the budget, to her point, we could increase legislative contingency. I can't speak to how often we really drain legislative contingency. Ms. Mealy and Mrs. Katz might be more able to offer some broader perspective from that point. But the only other thing I was going to mention was, you know, more often than not, you know, we have a number of areas of the budget that generally do come in under, and $23,000 is a good chunk of change. You know, I think for sure, but I think we would also be able to make that up in other as well also. So I think we have a couple options in front of us to put that money back in as we get into 2023 should we need to do that. So but I would be personally, I think this is a good idea. I would be more than happy to also support increasing legislative contingency specifically for that reason. Anticipating we might need to do that as we get into next year and feel out how formal exploration of that idea goes. I think that might be actually a good compromise.
Mr. Yoder, can I make a further point on this?
Absolutely, please do.
There, moving is also not cost neutral. So that is to say that in the long run, we might be seeing a savings if we were to transfer to the county building. But the likelihood that we would not spend at least that $24,000 on the expenses of moving, I know it's just across the street, but on the expenses of moving is low. So we might be best to transfer it into legislative contingency if that's the will of council, because likely we would be spending that funding somewhere. It simply might not be on rent.
And yeah, that's a fair point also. I know when we moved last year, we used pretty much internal resources. And I don't recall that really I don't recall that really driving up particular areas of cost. I think the other thing or more concerning thing was maybe taking away from other things, but I don't recall it being very cost prohibitive. But to your point, you know, that's also something to consider. And I think it would be an additional factor to move that into legislative contingency. So
yeah, we are theoretically, I think we were budgeting slightly differently back then as well, and we might be being a little bit more precise about allocation of funding at this point. There might some of this fall under movement than would have. I'm not certain, but anyway, just making the point. Okay.
I appreciate that, Ms. Mealy, and a good point.
Adam, can I jump in here real quick? I'd just like to
please.
kind of ask the mayor. So Mayor, with what we're looking to potentially propose, like what Councilman Biter had looked at doing, and I think where you're coming from to your point, or is making sure our employees feel secure where they're at and safe where they're at, as far as being in their current location. But if we did look to move the $23,975 potentially from rent, or forgive me, I don't know the formal, I don't have the formal budget line item designation in front of me, but from rent into legislative contingency, that would get us through the first 9 months of 2023. We can always look to move it back. To your point, if you say, you know, come October 1st, we're not ready, we're not there, you know, we haven't moved along. But I think that ultimately this may be a good thing, at least to set a goal for ourselves, that, you know, something. Would you feel okay with this if we look to do this?
Yes, I think that was the point I was making earlier. So I agree to move it into a legislative contingency or whichever line item you want to have, so that we have it in the event that we need it. So yes, I would feel much more comfortable if we weren't just getting rid of it out of the budget, but we were putting it somewhere else as we continue to explore options. I think the whole point is that we are actively continuing to explore options. And as we're doing that, I don't want us to have to end up one day on the street if the options are not ready yet. So yes, to your point, Councilman Puig, I think everybody's point, actually, I think we're all now making the same point, actually, that we're going to have it in an area. We continue to have conversations. We continue to explore options. And if it's needed, we have it. And if we don't need it, great. So yes, I feel comfortable with that.
I appreciate that. Thanks. There's been so many times I've had a conversation with several people that we're all saying the exact same thing. It's just being presented a little. That we need to have to set goals for ourselves. So that's, I think that's very good. And to the mayor's point too, this is, setting these goals for ourselves is certainly going to be the things that we need to progress. So, thank you. I'm done, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Pelisi. Any
So-
other, go ahead, Mr. Biter.
I just want to make sure that I'm doing things correctly for clarification purposes. The $23,975, then is it appropriate that I make the motion then that we move that to legislative contingency, which currently has $75,000 in it?
No, we'll use a separate motion to do that procedurally, and then and that'll take care of it. So,
May I ask for another clarification?
yes, absolutely.
The 730, I believe it was $735 from IT is coming out of City Hall operating, not out of the general fund. Is that correct?
It's a
Because
good
that's-
question. I
that's
would
where
think
IT
so. If
IT
it's
is rented.
located in, if it's located in, city operating.
So just clarify where that's coming from.
Correct. If that line item for rent is in city hall operating, then that's where it will be reduced at. Yes.
It is.
Any other comments related to Mr. Biter's proposed? All right. Hey, just appreciate the dialogue and the discussion on this. This is an issue that the city's really tried to tackle for a long time. We're going to continue to do it. We all have different thoughts, but I'm happy to see that we agree at least on a little bit of an approach. And I appreciate all of that from everybody between council and the administration. So I'm glad to see that. So, Mrs. Frank, on the motion to amend.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Biter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion to amend passes 5-0. Eric, you want to make the proposed amendment for legislative contingency?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we take the $23,975 and move that into legislative contingency.
Oh, sorry, Eric, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was going to give the total for what that line item would be then.
Oh, please do.
So that would take that to $98,970 from $75,000.
I'll
Thank you,
second
Mr.
that.
Biter. There was a second. Okay. Any additional questions, comments, items of clarification? Okay, hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank, on the motion to amend the legislative contingency line item.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Biter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion to amend passes 5-0. Okay, we've knocked a couple out. Are there any other potential changes, items that you'd like to look at or discuss while we still have this one open?
So I would like to discuss a couple things, if I may.
By all means, the floor is yours, Mr. Pelosi.
So, and again, I'm going to jump up on this box here, metaphorically, and something that I wanted to bring up regarding particularly regarding the request for Like I said before, we can't continue course of action and expect different results. I understand that we're all trying to do our due diligence and go through the responsibilities that we know to making out for the best interest. Make sure to move forward and to do everything we can to help them. The expenditure, it continues to be a problem with potential deficit spending. When I first looked at this budget and I saw the request for additional police officers, my first inclination, just looking at the numbers of it, my first reaction was, we can't afford this. How are we going to pay for this? I also understand too, though, is that we have an obligation to the residents of our city to make sure that they are living in a safe and secure environment, right? My understanding is right now is that our police officers are working overtime, extremely high amounts of overtime, to the point to where they're starting to get if we have officers that are so burnt out that they can't even have the potential to do an overtime shift because they're exhausted, and then we end up with not having enough officers to cover whatever shifts it may be, and then something bad happens, what then? If we don't have an officer there to respond to a call, in that sense. And then jumping over to the other side of it is looking strictly at the numbers. When we look at how much money we've spent in overtime, paying overtime for the officers, I can't help but ask myself, is it fiscally make sense to actually grant additional officers so we can reduce the overtime? When you look at time and a half versus straight time, and there's a lot of variables to consider, that the normal hours they cover, benefits and everything like that, and at some point in time, overtime is actually cheaper than straight time. You're looking at, Chief, how many overtime shifts did we rack up last year? Just overtime shifts.
Just for shift overtime shifts, we're pushing almost 700 shifts that we generated over the last year to pay for.
700 shifts for overtime, obviously at overtime rates. It kind of puts me in a situation to where one part of me is going, we can't afford additional officers, but the other side of me is sitting here saying we have an obligation to the residents of our city to make sure that they stay safe. And if having right now 48 officers that are being run ragged jeopardizes not only the safety of our officers, but the safety of our residents, then we need to do something different. Adam, the last meeting that we had, we said we'd like to kind of see a little bit of a different view moving forward with the approach. And I think that, this might be the first step in potentially seeing a different approach, is by taking a little bit of approach. And it put me in a little uneasy territory myself, because again, I think it's kind of dollars and cents, but I'm thinking that overall, for the progress of the city, if we don't have enough adequate law enforcement to make sure that we can reduce crime here, how do we intend to really help bring people to want to move here? If we can't create a safe environment for the people. And I'm sitting here thinking, at least we give it a shot. You know, if we grant the officers, and if it doesn't work out, well then, you know, we can always come back down to where we feel is a good number by rate of essentially attrition if we have officers retiring. You know what I mean? If we don't see the results that we're hoping for. But I'm willing to give it a shot. And you know, I'm bringing this up not to change it, but I'm bringing this up to kind of explain to everybody where I'm coming from. So we can at least move forward and start a dialogue about this. Because again, I understand where members of council were coming from. I too was coming from that exact same position that we can't afford this. But I think what we need to do is tell ourselves we have to be able to afford this. So we move forward with this, and then working with the administration and working with the other organizations, working with whoever we have to work with the county, with, it doesn't matter to me. We have to make this work. That's all I want to say. And I'm happy to listen to whatever you guys, wherever you're coming from. Again, it's a difficult topic to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about it, but these are conversations that we have to have for the sake of progress and for the sake of moving forward. We have to talk about
M- Mr. Pelizzi, I get it. I mean, when we openly talked about this last week, you know, this is an area that it's an area that I think most of, if well, not all of us, understand both sides of the argument, right? We get the we get the demand, and why there's such a demand for our police department, and why we currently have the staffing that we do, right? And I think we want to support our police department and do the best thing we can for them, right? Conversely, we understand the fiscal situation that we're under, and those are all very valid points in that argument as well, right? And you know, this is a department that is a large contributor to our annual operating costs, right? So I certainly get where you're coming from. You know, the counter argument to that, right, is and I know a number of people disagree with this perspective, and that's perfectly fine, right? And I respect, understand that, but the counter argument is that this is an area where we have other entities that we could work with, hopefully, to bring added support in to help minimize or reduce the amount of service that we would lose. And it's really one of the only areas that we have to do that, right? You know, whether it's another regional police department, whether it's the state police, whether it's deepening our relationship with the county for support in our police services, right? This is really one of the only departments we have where we have surrounding departments around that we could hopefully work with to maximize what we're doing. And I, you know, the reason that is I mean, because of the law, really, right? You know, I know Chief Snyder uses the statistic about where we should be based on a city of our size, and that's a legitimate statistic, and that's backed up by you know, ample sources of data and statistics, et cetera, right? By that measure, I'll use Loyalsock, for example. So they're about a third of our size, and by that statistic, they should be having a police department of about 15 or 20, right? But they don't, because they use other sources of policing, right? And I know that just to kind of offer the argument Mr. Lee is bringing forward. And I'm not going to say Mr. Pelosi's wrong. I'm not going to say that I'm right. That's just simply articulating both sides of the argument here, right? I think that we need to structurally make that department look different because of those other sources of support that we hopefully could figure out a way to utilize more.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Where are you getting your information from to use these other resources, and how are we going to use these other resources? Because I know it's not me. I wish you would have come talk to me again. Here we are again. You have yet to come talk to me about even what we're doing in the department or what our ideas are. Excuse my frustration, but here I'm blindsided again because I've had 51 officers put into budget since the get-go, and yet nobody's talked to me about it. And here we are, now we're gonna sit here and talk about it, and I get blindsided. So these concerns didn't come up in the past how many weeks with me, because nobody's talked to me about it. I have lots of ideas, I have lots of stats, you've yet to come talk to me. I've asked you time and time again to please come talk to me, see our ideas. You keep talking about regionalization and using other entities. Please tell me how then, because I don't know how to use them because we can't. We can use mutual aid, but that's at a request, but mutual aid is exactly what it is, mutual. So we in turn provide mutual aid to those entities as well. We as the city of Williamsport have to sustain a police department and work with what we have right now. So with what you're offering, I don't mean to be disrespectful, with all due respect, what you're offering is not feasible. So I don't know where you're getting your information. I'd like to hear about it, or who you're talking to. I'd like you to talk to me about the ideas. Right now, we've been, you talk about Mr. Polizzi brought up the definition of insanity, is repeating the same mistakes over and over again and expecting a different result. We've been running on low manpower or personnel for the last how many years? We're doing the same thing. We have less officers now than when I started in 2006, and our police officers are dealing with more. Go back to what Mrs. Katz said a little bit earlier about not wanting Mr. Nahr to get burned out. Exactly, she made a great point. She described our police department right now. We can't go at the rate we're going. Even giving us 51 is not going to put us there. We're still going to be well below the national and the state average of officers per 1,000. But looking at the numbers, we're all $2 this year as opposed to last year's operating costs, or which would be this 2022. We've added in several things. We've added in the capital budget because now we're doing it properly. That's been lessened because we removed the emergency rescue vehicle. We are adding 3 vehicles with 3 slots of new officers with the increase in gas. We're still only $295,000 in operating costs from the 2022 budget. So, my proposal is let's try the 51 because the last how many years of working with what we're working with and trying to sustain it by create or covering the overtime isn't working. We got officers making 120 based on the overtime that we have. We can't keep going at that rate. We have to change something. I mean, and I am open to all the suggestions that you have. I don't know how else to say it again, to invite you to have, you come over, look at the ideas, talk to our administration. When's the last time, all council, please tell me the last time you've done a ride along with our department to see what the tempo's like.
2014. Yeah, it's been
2014. Things are a lot different since 2014. I'm here to tell you.
It's been too long. Yeah.
We have retirements coming up. My proposal is let's try the 51, see if it gets us in the right direction. It's not going to fix it. So please, I'm not saying it's going to fix it, but get the 51 in the right direction, see what happens. If it's not working, we got retirements coming up. Then we lose those slots by attrition then. But doing it the way we've been doing it, we can't continue there. And I'm sorry for my frustration, but my heart goes to our officers because we're the ones that have to go see what they're doing see how they're running and gunning. They're getting burned out. We have officers now that are putting me on the do not call list for overtime because they're too tired to work. They're too exhausted. Community involvement. We can't do more with community involvement because we don't have enough. We have officers that are running call to call to call, trying reports. They're trying to catch up on charges in between. And there's no time for community involvement. We just did a survey. I'm going to share with you guys here in the near future. Community wants to see more officers, police officer presence, and more engagement or more community involvement. We can't do those things with what we're doing with the staff that we have right now. We can't continue on this path.
Well, Chief, you probably want to hear, but I understand the frustration, and I think your frustration shows your desire.
I really don't.
And I think your frustration shows how much you care about the police department, and I think your commitment to policing, and I understand, and I guess I don't know if this sounds right or not, but I'm glad to see that, because I think that passion is needed, and I'm glad to see that. So I guess let me ask you this based on your proposal, Chief Snyder. So when we're sitting here next year, okay, we give you the 3 officers that you're asking for. What does going in the right direction look like? What does success sitting here next year to you look like?
Again, this is the stuff I'm inviting. So the success looks like potential ideas. So we have ideas. You talk about revamping things. One of the things I like to look into, not saying it's going to happen, but looking into switching up doing 10-hour shifts, doing 4 days and 3 days off. That could potentially help us with the operating, or more efficient operations, and some cost savings in the end. So right now we can't even do that with 48. It's not enough to even entertain that right now. So we're trying to get to a point where we can start looking at other options like that. We're trying to put more things in play with different ideas we have. I have a whole bunch of ideas. I don't know if they're all going to happen. I've been wanting to share them with you. I've been asking you to meet so I can share. Now that I have the survey done, I want to complete my strategic plan for the next 5 years. A lot of those items that we've done in it are already completed within that strategic plan. So we're looking into constant things. I'm still constantly looking into other departments, how they're doing it, how are they doing it better, how are they doing it differently, what can we look into? So we have a lot of things and a lot of ideas. I would love to sit with all of you and talk about them, not on these forums all the time, but to see those ideas. I'm reaching out and talking to other chiefs and other administrations at other departments, seeing how they're doing things. You sit there, one of the departments that has been compared to us is Easton PD, Easton City. They're dealing with the same population that we have, and they have 63 officers and 6 civilian staff. We're not even close to that. We have 40 and we have 3 civilian staff. We're doing better. We're getting more efficient with the equipment. We got, software that we've obtained over the past year. We got more software coming. We're looking at things to do. We got grants that I'm pretty confident we're gonna get to do more and to help with our cost savings. But you have a different style coming in. I'm relatively new at being a chief, so and here I am here trying to work with what I got, so I can't change it all right away. I'm trying to lay the foundation to get us in a better direction, get our city in a better direction, get our department in a better direction, and then so when I'm not here and I hand this off, the momentum keeps going. But we can't keep doing what we're doing. It's not working because we're paying for it anyway. We're paying it. We're pushing 400,000 this year on the overtime. Paying on the overtime. We're over on the overtime. And if I'm all wrong, like I said, we'll take this by attrition. When we get our retirements coming up, we have potentially 5 retirements, roughly 5, give or take, retirements coming up relatively soon in the near future. It's our potential retirements. So.
If I may ask a question about the retirements, you had mentioned that there are 2 retirements on January 6th.
That's civilian side, yes,
Civilian side, okay.
yes, sir,
Forgive me, when I wrote that note down, I didn't have a clarification as to what it was.
yes.
So we have no potential retirements with, we'll just say in the next 6 months within the police department.
Maybe. There's a lot of variables. Their attention.
Right now, with 48 officers currently have, with these 3 officers, that would get you to the 51. By the year, we may be hovering around 50. Potentially.
Potential, that it could be that way. And I also want you to understand, though, by the time we fill those positions, we have to do our civil service test. So we're projecting at the end of February, beginning of March to start the testing. It's going to take a little bit, and then whether or not they're already certified or not, it's going to take a little bit till we even get those positions filled. So you're looking at about a half. That's a very point. So we're not going to be spending that money.
Thank you. So the way that I understand it then, and how you're explaining it, those 3 new officers that you're requesting, yes, we may see an increase in the overall number of officers, but really that's just going to help maintain you stay whole for.
We're not even whole, sir. We're not even whole. We're so closer to that point.
We'll say current then to what we're at. So.
Okay.
But I appreciate everything that you're saying. And just as I mentioned to the mayor earlier, employee wellness is paramount, specifically for your officers. They need to be well rested and sharp when they come to work, because if they're not, the consequences can be catastrophic.
Right now, this is we're sacrificing wellness. Because now I'm sitting there, what do? Do I start cutting some services? And I don't want to do, but we can't doing what we're doing. Because then potentially what happens is that aside from the overtime, and then they start using sick time, and then we start paying out sick time, then we still have to cover the sick time slots with overtime. Because when we're not well, we use more sick time.
If I may, I appreciate the dialogue, and I think we can all each other's voices and tone that it just illustrates that the way we've been doing things is frustrating, and we need to see that we have to start having some conversations on how to look at moving forward. So to that point, I think that, with this budget, we look to keep the police department, to the term that Mr. Biter used, current, at least for now, through next year, and try to make sure that we find the time. And I know it can be difficult for myself as well, running all over the place, to make sure we prioritize sitting down with, to make sure that we prioritize sitting down with members of the police department and the administration, to come up with to listen to their ideas, come up with some other ideas of our own, collectively, to figure out, do we want more officers? Of course. Do we need more officers? I think yes. And figuring out what we have to do to be able to afford to have the officers that we have. Whether that means renegotiating with entities, charging services to organizations that utilize police, whatever we need, but we're prioritizing our police department. And again, I understand exactly where you're coming from also, Adam. it can get frustrating. It really can. You know, we see it all the time, trying to make sure that we're doing the best for the elected, or for all of our constituents, making sure that we're making the right choices on their behalf, so they can continue to pay their rent and afford to live in Williamsport, to have a good, decent quality of life, but also that balance is that making sure that we also provide there's certainly a lot of conversation we all have to look at having together collectively to try and resolve these issues. Because I would certainly hate to see us here in the same situation again next year, dealing with the same problems. And probably that none of us want to. So,
Chief, I have a question to ask you. With the overtime this year, and you said you went over budget. Going over budget, would that pay the salary of one officer?
One officer's, their starting salary for this year is 55,100 and some change. So if that puts it in perspective.
Okay. I will say this as elected officials, when we're out there campaigning and even talking to people after we're elected, there are three things that the taxpayers of our city always ask about. They want safety, they want good roads, and they want lower taxes. So there are three things that are constantly being asked. All the years I've been on council, even before council, that I've been on council, that this has been a bugaboo all the way around, because every chief has asked for at least 51 officers. As long as I've been on council, I don't think it's ever met that requirement. You try to get there at times, and you get the officers that are either deployed, or you get the officers that are off sick. So you never reach that 51. The thing that I would like to ask the question again, go back to what has changed with this much overtime?
Policing has changed. So we're doing a lot more with policing. We're covering a lot more. So yeah, talk about 7 shifts. That doesn't cover overtime, the event overtime, the investigative overtime. That's just to cover, maintain a certain officers on the street to provide safety to our community. So the overtime right now, we're at minimum with our officers. And then so if one takes off, we have to fill that slot on that shift and bring somebody in to work that overtime shift. And that's happened about 7 last year.
The thing I forgot also is the amount of time that is spent in the courthouse. And the officers that have to sit there at times all day sometimes because of the court cases. I mean, that's taking an officer off the street also.
Well, that happens sometimes with the trials, man.
Yes.
But yes, it does take us off there. But policing itself is changing. We are catching up with the times with there's more, there seems to be, the crimes, there's more population. We have more people coming into the cities. We have a lot of transient. We got the colleges. So I know our census says we have, but we're dealing with way more than what our census says, which is about 28,000. So we're dealing with a lot more than that. So, and then with technology itself, just our investigative division, trying to keep up with the technology with the cell phones just alone is very difficult. So we're putting in a lot of time trying to counter that with the investigative stuff. So trying to catch up with the times with the technology and what's out there today to counter that. There's a lot more technologically involved crime that we're dealing with now with identity theft and whatnot. And so the services that are needed and the time that's needed to do that. So, and the power, the manpower, so.
Well, I agree with you as far as, keeping up with technology. I mean, I think it's difficult for all of us because it rapid thing happening. So like I said, every day something new comes up, and even trying to accommodate your phone at times is a challenge because of the new programs that come down. Forget about computers and things. So,
Yes.
and I know the software that you've been requiring and things like that for your body cams, for so many other things. I mean, there's a lot of technology that goes into this, a lot of training, and again, the training people off the street. So, I can understand that. I can. And I think, what we're all looking at council is the amount of money that's coming into the city tax wise does not cover all of our expenses. And I think you understand that, you see that where we stand. We really need to change a lot of things that are going on in the city. We've got to bring more businesses in. We've got to bring more people living here in the city instead of running from the city, because this is what pays for all of our services. And it's very disheartening when you look at the whole bottom line, that our population keeps on decreasing, but our expenses keep on going up and up. And trying to justify where we're going with everything and what our citizens do want and really demand. They do demand safety. We all demand safety. What's the first thing that happens when something goes wrong? Call 911, and we all understand that, and like I said, streets, that's another thing that people demand. They don't want the potholes. So, we are in a catch-22 as far as looking at the budget, how much money is there to allocate to everybody that needs it. And, but I also understand where you're coming from. We can't afford this overtime. We just can't afford this. So we can't afford it. And go back to my initial statement with Gary burnout. And, so many of us with what we're doing, because we're all doing more in our private lives. So therefore we're all chasing ourselves at this point, because the world is just moving on a faster scale. So I don't know. In my mind, it's going in a million and one directions, Chief, right now. And I'm sorry that I haven't made the time to sit down and talk with you. As you understand, it's been a rough couple months for me.
Yes, ma'am.
But I fully would like to sit down and see where you can come from as far as running our police department. Not that it's not efficient now, but because of circumstance, to run it even more efficient. And where can we go to get more help? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bonnie. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Chief. Sorry.
No, I was just saying thank you to Ms. Katz. I appreciate that.
Yeah, vice versa. A lot of good points, a lot of good dialogue, right? Unfortunately, we're not alone. I mean, I think we talked about this last week. I think every third class city is kind of facing this dilemma, right? And so I guess, Chief, to your point, I know you would reference, I think, Easton, right?
Yes.
They're one of the probably other examples that, we can learn some things from. There's plenty of other, I think, cases in the state of Pennsylvania that operate under the laws that we have to operate, that are facing similar issues that we are facing. I think there's things we can learn from them, and how are they managing these two issues, and the need to do it in a responsible way. So I'll leave the floor with this. I'll look forward to this conversation, Chief. I think we were texting the other day, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I am, but I think the board January, and we'll tie something down.
I will make
but-
time for you.
I look forward to it. Any other comments? I mean, we don't really have any motion here. We've had a diamond issue that we all feel in one shape or form. I think we've had some good discussion. I don't know if there is any kind of motion from anybody. I suspect not. And so we can leave that at that. Are there any other comments or questions or proposed changes that anybody else would like to make? We made a handful yet last week, a handful this week. I hear crickets from the other members of council. So
Mr. Yoder, it's Captain Bell. Are you able to hear me?
yes. How are you, Captain
Yeah,
Bell?
so good. Yourself?
I'm good. Good to hear you.
Good. I want to echo Chief Snyder's sentiments. I'm pretty sure there's probably other city councils and there's probably other departments having similar conversations that we're having right now. And I know that one of the things that we like to do is to look at other agencies and look at other municipalities and say, well, what are they? But I'm going to echo Chief Snyder's sentiments, and I think that I encourage every member of City Council to maybe come out and ride around for a bit and see the officers face to face. I think it's easy to talk about numbers and get very wrapped up in talking about the dollar signs and the numbers and statistics. But I think that one thing that we miss out on a lot is the human element of it. And I think if you come out and you meet our officers on the street and watch them work a while, and maybe we lead the way in this for other municipalities to maybe come to us for a change and see how we're doing things. So I just wanted to echo Chief Snyder's sentiments. I think it would be a great thing for members of council to come out and ride with us and ride with our officers for a little bit and at least see them work. It's an awfully lonely feeling when one incident can tie up a majority of your shift and you get sent to a call alone. And it's a little bit different when you're going to something like that alone and there's not other people coming right away. So I think that those are important things that you can't really have appreciation. So again, I'm just echoing the chief's sentiments, and I look forward to having the members of council come out and watch our people.
Appreciate it, Mr. Bell. Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions, proposed changes on the general fund budget? Take a vote then on the final budget second reading. So no other proposed change. Ask you to vote for second reading.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes. Again, I'll echo some of the sentiments I shared last week, just between members of council and the administration. I appreciate all the work over the past number of weeks related to this process, both as well with the administration. I appreciate that. The collaboration between council and the administration in these meetings, approving this budget, but also the work of the administration. We can disagree on different things with the budget, but nonetheless, I'm glad to see and thankful that we have a budget, and we were able to go through this process sooner together, and I'm thankful for that as well. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it very much. We will move to item 6, Mrs. Frank.
an ordinance of the city of Williamsport, county of Lycoming, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania fixing the tax rate for all city purposes for the year 2023 at 16.22 mil.
Is there a
Assessed
motion and
value.
a second? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Janice. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Guys, I just
Echo your sentiments that I think this was a good budget process. It looked different, significantly different this year. I thought it was good collaboration between administration and city council. And I think it's just going to continue to improve moving forward with the folks we have in place. So I appreciate it. I don't have anything to add to this ordinance. It's setting the tax rate at 16.22.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. So this is setting the tax rate for 2023. This is the same tax rate that we had last year. So this is not increasing property taxes. Okay. I'll open the floor. Any comments or questions from any members of council?
I've spoken enough.
We got a little bit, Ben, so get ready. Okay. All right. I'm hearing and seeing no comments from other members of council. So this would keep the tax rate as it is, so no tax increase. And so I think most of us are happy to see that. And while we, I think, recognize, we're going to be facing some pretty difficult decisions over the next couple at least issues amidst of continued our citizens through going into the next year. So, no comments or yep.
Adam,
go
I
ahead,
agree
Bonnie.
with what you're saying. This has been a frustrating couple of years for anybody living anywhere at this point. Even though we may be biting the bullet in the next couple of years, we're going to be in for a bumpy ride, and we all know that. But this year, I don't think anybody needs to have their taxes increased, even though I know there are a couple of us on council that feel that every year should be an increase of at least a quarter. And but this year, I think I followed through with thinking of how hard it has been and is right now with inflation for our taxpayers. But hold on, people. It's going to be a bumpy ride in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Mrs. Katz. Any other comment or questions from other members of council?
No, I said I was done talking. But,
Spoke too soon.
I'm gonna open my mouth again and kind of just go where Bonnie was. It has been crazy. It's not just been, when I think about crazy, it's not just been a crazy year for us. I mean, I sit here with members of a council and a mayor with an administration that, we were thrown into it from the very first minute, or even before then, of our inauguration. They were literally protesting as we were sworn in. And there's the old adage that smooth seas don't make for good sailors. And, I'm hopeful that moving forward with us as council, working with Derek and his administration, going through all the craziness, whether it be protests or different authorities, whether it be City Hall, whatever, confident that we're going to get there, and that we can all work together, and that we're all going to come out on the other end of this a lot better. So
We're going to have to open up our brains, Vince, and come up with creative ways of doing things.
yes.
Hear, hear. Any other comments or questions from members of council? Okay. Hearing seen on Mrs. Frank on the motion for the tax ordinance, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Viter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
No.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 4-1. We will move to item 7, Mrs. Frank.
an ordinance in first reading, and one of codified ordinance, the creation of an emergency fund for the city of Williamsport.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All right, I'll introduce this one here a little bit, and I'm happy to turn it over to Miss Mealy as well, for the finance commentary. So this is an ordinance establishing an emergency reserve fund. And so if you the last 2 weeks, we maximized lost revenue, transfer through it, et cetera, and have allocated general fund money indirectly now from that process to capitalize this emergency reserve fund. So what this ordinance does, this is essentially outlining just very basic lines for the operation of it and what it can be used for, and I think most importantly, removing money out of it. Okay, and what it would take to remove money out of it. This was reviewed in finance, and I'm happy to turn it over to Miss Mealy. Liz, I have a couple of the questions I got out of that, but I'm happy to do that after you maybe go over the conversation as well. It's up to you.
It doesn't make sense. But we
Okay.
obviously had a couple of questions in finance, and I believe that you and Tracy sorted some of that stuff out yesterday. So I think probably you should start there before those.
Yeah, no, certainly. So let me actually pull it up here. Give me a second. So a couple of the questions that were brought up in finance were so a couple of the questions that were brought up in finance, and I'll thank Tracy for her help and collaboration on clearing up a couple of these. So first off, there were questions on the verbiage under section A about being a cash account. So Norm had initially recommended incorporating that just to kind of establish the role of council really in this, but the language didn't match up structurally to how this would actually work from the finance end. And so through with Norm and Tracy, we just really eliminated that because it actually ended up not really being needed and being redundant. And so it now reads a fund known. All right. And that's perfectly fine. It works for the financial end structurally. And it doesn't impact anything that Norm was really trying to accomplish with that recommended change either. There was verbiage added under item B, noting that it's placed in a separate account, and that's just strictly for, from what I recall from the conversation, just to make sure it's separated, it's accounted for separately, that kind of thing. A couple of the other big changes, and this really didn't come up that I recall in the finance meeting, but it did come up in the conversation with Tracy, and I want to hit. So she had changes that along with of having this initially crafted. So the verbiage change on item C under surplus funds, it now reads, any tax revenues received by the city treasurer in excess of the budget amounts in the city's current adopted general fund budget shall be transferred into the emergency reserve fund on or before March 31st of the subsequent year. So there's two different things there that incorporated. Okay. That it's strictly tax revenues that are collected by the city treasurer. And that delineation is important to make because we do have other sources of revenue, right? So for example, let's say, we just had a conversation about policing and trying to, maximize revenues for particular things that we help other entities with. In the conversation, we thought it made sense to not have any additional revenues that would come in on those types on non-tax levied tax line items go into this, because they're generally probably ideally going to help support those specific functions rather than just the overall city, for example. The other item that is a little bit different in here that we incorporated for first reading was on or before March 31st of the subsequent year. And that is really to ensure that this can all be done at one time after accounts are reconciled. And so it's just going to be a lot easier and more streamlined for the finance office to actually move funds and on this. So it's really financial and clerical, right? And then item D, and this is highlighted, and this was actually in the revision that we went over in finance, Liz, and this was one of your questions was, is it a 2/3 members? And it is 2/3 of all members of city council. So for any funds to be transferred out of this, you would need 5 votes. So right now, for example, if the 5 of us agreed that to transfer something out of this, we could do that with a 5-0 vote because we are 5 of 7 members of council, right? However, if it was a short meeting, there were only 4 of us, we could not do that, right? So we could not do that with just a simple quorum. Okay. So those are some of the items that we worked through and updated. And I think that answers your specific question about the quantity of votes as well, Liz. That kind of really sums up the conversation. A couple of other points, if you're okay with this, Liz, that I'll add that came out of the so it's good to discuss, and maybe we think through this as we work through this process. So it was a policy statement or a recommended policy statement, a professional organization that she's a part of that works with this kind of stuff, and they reference having goals of a range of where to get funded. I forget what the percentages were, but it was essentially based off of revenue. So essentially, some guidance on goals as to what to build this up to and maintain. And I thought that was interesting, because, and I think it's not a bad idea to consider if we would even want to look at codifying this in like second reading, for example. I think having a reserve is very, very important, at this either. And so I think, maybe looking at offering some guidance for future councils might be a wise idea. The other thing that Tracy had mentioned, and I very much agree, and so there's the behavior element that I don't think that we're really going to run into or have to deal with, but I think future elected officials in the city, when we're all not here, are going to run into. So when you look at the surplus funds line item, right, this references putting surplus tax revenues in here. The human element of budgeting, there's a risk down the road of this forcing future administrations and future councils to over budget revenues, for example. And I think Tracy had even mentioned, I think other municipalities have probably run into this issue in the past, and there are ramifications of that. So there is a human element that comes into play with this idea of surplus funds that I do think we need to be aware of. I don't know that I'd be super concerned about this, something to be factored in. That was a lot of our conversation. And I approve.
Adam, I don't necessarily need the floor. I simply led the finance committee meeting discussion, but since you were the other participant, you were the other main participant along with Mr. Biter in the finance committee discussion. I see no reason why I should get to chime in more than you. That said, I think the opinion of the finance committee, all two of us, was relatively positive on this item, provided that we succeeded in sorting out some of the more semantic elements of it, such as the creation of the fund, what the nature of the fund was, etc. I would agree that there is a hopeful future point in the city where there would be too much money in the reserve fund, and we would be forcing the treasurer to commit too much funding to the reserve fund on an annual basis. I would, however, note, Adam, that at that point, a future council and mayor could collaborate to simply remove or change the restrictions. And so I'm not certain that, and 5 members of council could vote to remove a bunch of money from it to do something exceptionally cool for the city then. And frankly, in the meantime, between now and then, we may well vote to remove a bunch of money for something far more prosaic, This does create a rainy day fund. We know that part of what we're hoping to utilize the rainy day fund for is both levy and graphius run concerns that we are concerned that we won't be able to allocate funding to within the 2024 deadline for ARPA funding. There are other uses, and frankly, the ordinance does not call out specific things for which the money can be used or specific things for which it cannot. Consequently, we're relying on this council and future council what this will be used for with the restrictions. But I think it is better to have a reserve fund than not to. And consequently, I'll be supporting this item tonight. And thanks for coming up with the concept and helping us to take full advantage of the lost revenue clause. We had moved revenue into the general fund, and consequently, we are able to move funds out of the general fund to create a rainy day fund for ideally for a couple of specific items and maybe a few other things within the city here over the next several years. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Mealy. Action from council.
I think you covered all bases, Adam.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that. Okay, hearing and seeing none, then we'll call for the vote. Mrs. Frank, on the main motion, please.
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, Mrs. Frank, item 9 is next on my list. I believe that's the contract for Government Finance Solutions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll go to item 9 then, please, Mrs. Frank.
Resolution Williams Finance.
So moved. Second.
Motion, Mayor Slaughter, the floor is, I believe, this is you. Sorry.
Yeah, I see Tracy and I, but yeah. So good evening, President Yoder again, and Vice President Katz, members of council. What you have before you is resolution agreement between Government Finance Solutions and City of Williamsport. Nothing has changed in this contract. It's the same as what was passed before as far as monetary. There's been no changes. It's the original agreement that we've had with Tracy in Government Finance Solutions. This was reviewed in finance, and of course, obviously, Tracy is here.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. This was reviewed in finance, I believe, as well.
Yes, this was reviewed in finance, Adam, and I think while I want to see this coming back for council review, it is also abundantly clear, especially now in the middle of budget season, how indeed we still are Government Finance Solution Services for the moment. I know that Mr. Biter had mentioned that he was interested in creating another sunset clause for this agreement so that it comes back in front of us so that we can re-examine the amount of time and the need for government finance solutions, continued services in the future. Mr. Biter, I don't know if you had a specific time that you were interested in creating a sunset.
We had looked at in the past, I believe it was 90 days, or was it 100 days? 120 days. I thought I originally proposed 90, and Councilman Mealy, you had suggested 120, which I do agree with 120. I think 120 days is a good time period to look at this contract again. And the other thing that we had put in on that was an $85,000 cap. So 120 days or $85,000, whichever came first. I'd like to have that be the precedent again. This contract. I would also just like to add that when this comes up again in the next 120 days, I sincerely hope that we have some sort of plan presented to us by the administration for the hiring process of a finance director. So that way we can get the ball rolling on this.
Mr. Biter, are you making, you want to make, if you want to do that, you want to formally make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we or
motion in a second. Okay. Any further discussion, questions, comments relating to that motion for Mr. Biter and the second for Mrs. Katz?
I'll just say what I said at finance, which is that I actually believe that a 9-month timeline is a bit more appropriate, since that is sort of the timeline on which the administration has talked about substantially reducing services from government finance solutions. We were, the proposed timeline for a new hire in the finance department, which we ultimately did not wind up changing at our last council meeting last week, is 6 months until we hire a finance director. And so an additional 3 months would give that person time to train with Tracy, and that would strike me as perhaps being a more appropriate time to revisit this agreement and potentially try to our finance solutions downward. Not that those a discussion about Trump.
Thank you, Ms. Layton. I don't foresee Tracy. So this is me personally. I mean, I guess as long as she's willing to work with us, that's the first thing here. But I don't foresee Tracy's services sunsetting personally within the next calendar year. I think the amount we need from her will greatly change, and I'm hoping gradually change as we get into the next 12 months. I think ideally, as we kind of finish up triage and go into rehab, we see that trend downward. But I suspect, and I would support her being here in some sort of capacity for the next year because of that. I personally do like this idea of another formal trigger, though. I just think it gives us that trigger that we need, I think, to ensure that we have this discussion, right? And to Mr. Biter's point, I do think I think by this point we would be what, mid day, and I right, what is the planning department just hiring? I actually that might be possible, and we'll see. That's okay if it's not. But I would really additionally be interested in what's the long-term plan. What do we need? Future levels of staffing. What is it and when? What was found? What was corrected? how do we mitigate it moving forward, right? I think someday summarizing a lot of these things would be very helpful, at least for me, to understand that, I don't know that it would be too much to put together at that the appropriate time before we revisit this contract as well. So I think having this additional sunset on here gives us a formal mechanism to revisit that, and I think that's important for ensuring that we're moving in the right direction. So I guess I see both your points, but I would agree with Mr. Biter's proposed change as well. So and any other questions related to? Okay. Hearing and seeing on Mrs. Frank on the proposed amendment, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion to amend passes, 5-0. We're back to our main motion. Any other comments or questions related to this item? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the main motion, please.
Mr. Mealy,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, a motion passes 5-0. We will move to item 10.
Strategic Management Planning Program funding.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second, Mayor Slaughter. The floor is yours again.
Good evening once again. Before you is resolution authorizes submission of this phase 2 stamp as part of our financial strategic plan as we move into phase 2 now. This is really a formality needed for DCED, not so much necessarily for us. This is for their records. Just saying that we're moving to phase 2, which would be the financial software, the HR software, and first due, which we're going to talk about here in a little bit with the fire department. So just letting DCD know that we're ready to move on to phase 2 now of some of the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. This was also reviewed in finance, Ms. Mealy.
There wasn't a whole lot to review on this one, Adam. The discussion was largely positive, given that this is funding that we've been in discussions with DCED for quite a while about, and will obviously help defray impacts to at least this year's budget. So I believe Mr.
From other members of council. Okay, hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion for item 10.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Biter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We'll move on to item 11, Mrs. Frank.
resolution to follow municipal records manual.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Mayor Slaughter.
Yep. Good evening once again. What you have before you is a resolution to follow the municipal records manual. This came about as we are starting to transition more and more to digital. Chris Black is currently on our RFP for digital gap potentially here in 20 past for you all to get technology. And so as we're going through this process, Chris and I said we should have something to see how long we have to keep different records, whether it's in the mayor's office or city council, or city clerk, or whatever. Reached out, pointed municipal records manual, approved, the state in 2008 and amended in 2019, which basically, if we decision, gives us process and procedure to follow as we move forward, with whether it's digitizing, shredding, how long we have to keep certain documents, et cetera. And so, this is 100 and some page document, and Austin said the easiest thing for us to do in order to be in compliance with all of the laws is to just adopt this. And then whether it's myself or Chris or Janice Frank or department head or whatever the case might be, they can then reference this manual. And as long as we follow the laws laid out in there, we will be covered from a compliance standpoint. So that's what this is. Per Austin's recommendation, of course, it was reviewed by Austin and also in Public Works, I believe.
Yes, it was. And thank you, Mayor Slaughter. Bonnie, this was reviewed in Public Works. Anything you care to add? Bonnie? Sounds like you- Bonnie is here. Okay.
I was also there.
Melissa, you care to shed some conversation in Public Works? I think you were there also.
I was. No, no, this is pretty much something that we agreed that we certainly need to have moving forward. If for nothing but standard the way we need with our record, again, but clear cut guidance on, how long we need to keep our records. So we know when we can actually dispose of them and create some more free space should we need to, but it just helps to standardize exactly where we need to be.
Thank you, Mr. Pelosi. I think Bonnie's back. Anything to add, Bonnie?
Fine. I have nothing else to add.
All right, sounds good. Any other comments or questions from other members of council? I'll take a minute and put a plug in for former councilman Dave Banks. He had, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, had worked on report a resolution to start the process of digitizing city government, and I think we're probably behind where I think he was hoping we would be at this point. I think he would have. Dave's doing well, man. So, hearing, seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We'll move to item 12.
Resolution authorizing a staffing agreement between the City of Williamsport Redevelopment Authority and Bank Authority.
Is there a motion and a second?
Moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Mayor Slaughter again.
Yes, good evening once again. What you have before you is an item we've been discussing for a little while now, and I think we said it would be on this agenda here. So we're very happy to see this come forward as we spread out the last few weeks' agenda items. This is a staffing agreement between the City of Williamsport and the Redevelopment Authority / Land Bank, whereas we've been discussing for quite a while now, as we are getting very close to ready to transfer the allocation to the Redevelopment Authority and Land Bank. As we're all aware, they don't have any staff, of course. And so what this would do as they acquire properties, if there's some paperwork needs to be done or processed, this allows our community development staff to serve as their staff, and the Redevelopment Authority will the ground running here in 2023. January of 2023, I know City Council, the administration, Development Authority, Land Bank are ready to get this rolling. and see labor and how to impact our community. That's what this staffing agreement does. It was reviewed by Austin White and reviewed and forget his finance or public works.
I think this went to ERC actually.
That's right. I'm sorry. Yes, ERC. Thank you.
No worries. I'm trying to divvy up the workload, and it's easy to mix and match a little bit. So I do it sometimes myself. Mr. Biter, this was reviewed in ERC.
It was, not too much to add to this, just the, thank you very much for getting this ball rolling, and we can get some staffing there so we can start to give some teeth to these authorities that we gave the money to through ARPA funding, and progress.
I mean, we've hit the point, you know, we need economic development really bad, and I think, you know, we've looked at economic development through a traditional lens of, you know, spurring development, right? And for good reason. You know, there's a lot to be done there, but we have not been very successful or have not looked at, you know, this side of economic development, revitalization of underdeveloped property, and really enabling our redevelopment authority and land bank to really push this. So I'm excited to see this move and get going. You know, I just I can't say that enough. So this is good to see. And so let's get going. So any other comments or questions from other members of council? Hearing seen none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Vita,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Mayor Slaughter, your last one, item 13, Mrs. Frank.
resolution authorizing execution of agreement between City of Williamsport and Direct Energy Business LLC. And Adam, I forgot to send this to a committee.
That's okay. Is there a motion in a second?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Second.
Motion in a second. Mayor Slaughter, I'll give you the floor one last time for the year.
Yep. Good evening once again, President Yoder. Thank you for that. And what this is an agreement, as was noted, resolution agreement between Direct Energy and the City of Williamsport. They are our broker. This is for electric and gas services. As we're all aware, the market is extremely volatile, clearly, and they have secured at this time the best possible. We could now just utilize them moving forward for our electric and gas services.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. This was not reviewed in the committee. I completely missed that we forgot to put this on there. So that's on me.
I did too until the other day when I was reviewing it.
Yeah. So I think I'll let other members of council chime in, but I think this is pretty straightforward. So I don't think there's anything super crazy here. But I'll yield the floor to other members of council if they have any comment. Oh, Mayor Slaughter, you have something else?
There's one other piece that he wanted me to let everyone know that if the market, it's not likely to happen, but if it, you know, comes back around and, you know, energy costs decrease, we can always do a blend and extend at that time as well and amend this agreement. So he did want to know that depending on tonight, due to a previous engagement. And so that is official. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions from other members of council? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, Ms. Frank. Team.
Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Vita,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Team, Mrs. Frank.
resolution to concur with the City of Williamsport Redevelopment Authority transfer of real estate.
Is there a motion in a second?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Skip, welcome.
Good morning, or yeah, good morning. It's almost morning.
It's
evening,
almost morning.
President.
Hey, we only got a couple hours and then it's morning,
That-
so.
That's true. President House, we're bringing forward tonight to you a resolution to concur with the actions of the redevelopment authority in transferring the land located 12 to 16 Scott Street to the Greater Lycoming Habitat for Humanity for them to develop 6 single homes on the site, and then to have a small pocket park developed. And of it, the contract also includes language relevant to a grant of $200,000 from the home funds and $70,000 a year for the Chodo funds to help subsidize the construction of these 6 units. The home funds will be carried as a silent second, so that if the owners of the properties ever sell or refinance the properties, the city will be reimbursed for the funds that were awarded to the project to get it completed. This is an opportunity to take a piece of land that's been sitting vacant. It was part of the Memorial Ave, I'll say apartment project, and it's high time we get this completed. It's languished for a couple of years because funds had received, and that was from Habitat, in discussion with some of the private developers that did look into it. We did it through pen bid. They just didn't feel that it was reviewed at Economic Revitalization Committee and also by Norm Lubin.
Thank you very much, Skip. Eric, ERC.
Yes, this did go to ERC. There was a representative from Habitat there. It's not necessary that he is here this evening. Greatly appreciated that Habitat is stepping up, going to develop their process. Go through, have narrowed down to 6 homes for the home. So that great. Habitat is a wonderful program, and it's great to see that there's going to be some stable home ownership to abut against that neighborhood and give it more reason successful in the future.
Excellent. And thank you, Mr. Piter. Are there any other comments or questions from other members of council?
Yes, I do, Adam.
That is correct.
And what happened was this was supposed to have, I think, 2 homes from Habitat. And I don't know if, like you said, it's something could happen and things fell through. I'm so happy that we're getting more than the 2 and to complete that project to make that whole area even more whole. So I'm really happy that this is happening.
Thank you, Mrs. Katz. Mr. Elliott.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So Skip, I think when we initially talked about this project, and maybe this came before Finance Committee, I'm struggling to remember in what context we talked about it. But anyway, you had, I think this was just a $200,000 grant to Habitat, but it was utilizing funds that were coming from the city's homeowner support program. That we have 1.2 million that's come back to the city that we can once again do and this turn these homes are serviced. I mean, it's only to see that leave the city's hands and not return into the home buyer fund, because we've heard so much from realtors how more of that funding is needed in the local economy. So I'm excited to hear that it will come back. It may not be for quite a while, but that it will come back to us. So thank you for overseeing that change, Skip. And this is a great agreement. Habitat is an excellent organization, and this is a project that I oversaw its initial incarnation as potential townhomes, and then when that fell through, it became a proposal to fund a larger habitat.
Ms. Mealy. Any other comments or Mr. Pelisi?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Biter, I think Habitat also intends to put in a small, I don't want to say park, but playground.
Yeah,
Park as well, in addition to the 6 homes.
Mr. Meme had mentioned it, it's called a pocket park.
Yes.
It's going to.
Thank you. Pocket park. So another, the needs of the children immediately, as they get older, they can certainly just run down to Memorial Park. But another great addition.
Ms. Lizzie. Any other
And I
comments or
I think
questions?
worth mentioning, Mr. Yoder, that park will be maintained by Habitat. Correct, Mr. Money?
Now, they're gonna build it. At the end of the construction period, they will dedicate it back to the city.
Okay, so that was a misunderstanding from our earlier conversation, or has that changed?
It originally interpretation of our conversations with them is that they were going to keep it in perpetuity, but because they do not have I'll say homeowners association or any means to maintain it beyond the construction cycle, they're going to build it. They would like the city to accept the dedication, and no one could claim, any of the homeowners could try to claim priority to it. It becomes a city property, and it can be used by all the citizens of that community, not just the 1 or 2 people that live in those homes.
Okay, and we've cleared this with the Streets and Parks Department, and they feel comfortable taking on maintenance of this parklet as well. We have to stop by and mow once a week. And that does add expense and time to the Streets and Parks budget. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamie.
I have a question.
Mrs. Katz.
Skip, what kind of equipment are they putting in this park?
This is going to be a very passive park. It's going to have a couple of benches. It's going to have some trees and some bushes, and basically that's about it. It's
Okay.
not going to be a recreational facility. It's going to be an area where you may go read a book or catch a couple of rays if you don't have an open space at your house or something like that. An area to meditate if you're into that. It's not going to be a recreational facility.
Just wanted to clarify that.
So,
Thank you.
so,
Yes, sir.
all right. Okay, any other comments or questions for members of council? Hearing seen none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Biter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 5-0.
Thank
We'll
you.
move to, thank you, Skip. We'll move to item 15.
Resolution authorizing an agreement between the Williamsport Bureau of Fire and Higher Information Group
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Young, sir.
Penn
Almost
State.
done. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm well. Yourselves?
I'm doing good.
Good.
The floor is yours, sir.
Before you use an agreement between the City of Williamsport Bureau of Fire and the Higher Information Group, the Higher Information Group, they are going to be installing an access control solution, not to exceed $8,098.18. Basically, it's for door security. It's a Bluetooth ID card reader and a pin pad or a keypad, a keypad access. We have no idea how they even got in, but they opened the door, they were able to come in, and so for that reason, there's been some discussion over the last few years about security. That's where Chief Lucas and I reached out and to their high group and our, other than that, any questions or anything?
Tier 3 going to public safety.
Yes.
Did we have
I
a
can-
conversation?
Yes, we did. We had a conversation with this. Number one, we do have to say that the dollar amount that's in the resolution is not correct. Okay, we have to add $700 onto that. So that I don't know whether we need an amendment on that or
Yeah, we'll need to amend the resolution to increase it by $700.
okay. So I think the first thing we should do is do that amendment then. Let me, says 3,831,700. Is 46. Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to change the dollar amount and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but I'm doing this by hand, not used to doing this by hand. I think the dollar amount should be $8,831.46.
We have $8,098.18.
Okay, I really screwed that one up, didn't I?
That's all right. I'm with you. I went to Jersey Shore, so.
I should be ashamed of myself. I was taught by nuns. Okay, so that's the amendment dollar amount here.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments or questions related to the proposed amendment to the resolution? Hearing see none, Mrs. Frank on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Yoder, Chief already made the amendment and then sent me a new resolution, which I had sent on. It should be in your Dropbox. I don't know, but I do have the right resolution. It's
Okay, well then.
$8,098.18.
Oh, nice. All right, well then, Mrs. Katz, we don't have to do that.
Okay, see, I wasn't
You can
aware that
rescind it.
I don't have the Dropbox.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Okay.
old school. I'm still doing papers.
Yeah, no worries.
Chief, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No worries. I missed it, so it's okay. Any other comments or questions then from public or from public safety or other members then?
I think this is an excellent idea. As Vince and I looked at this, to realize that there were people that could have access to the fire department was kind of frightening. It's about time that they did get high tech here. And this is going to be, I'm trying to remember, Chief, this was looked at by city solicitor, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Austin looked at it, reviewed it, and approved it.
Okay. And this is, from what I understand, the card itself will only read at the doors.
Well, it's not so much a card anymore. It's and this is what the difference was. It's a Bluetooth reader. So as your phone gets closer to it or gets close to it, it will allow it to open. So
See, that's what I remembered in the conversation now.
Yeah.
Okay. So they can use, they don't need to necessarily, they don't have a card, they can use their phone. And
Correct.
a certain amount of distance is allowable with that.
Right.
Okay.
I think they said it was about 30 feet.
Okay. Fantastic. And other than that, the discussion was good.
Thank you, Mrs. Katz. Any other comments or questions related to this item?
Just a couple from me, Adam.
Sure.
Sorry, Chief, is this an ongoing contract or is this a one-time the access control is installed and then if we need to
It's a
maintain?
one-time, yeah, sure. It's a one-time contract. It's a one-time fee.
That must be the only thing left in the world that operates like that. Okay, next question, where is the funding coming from?
That it's coming, oh boy, I had it written down. I don't have it. Facility maintenance, that's where it is. Thank you.
I'm
Chief.
just going to
Facility
say,
maintenance.
Chief, yeah, that was where it's coming from.
All right, sounds good. That was all, Chief. Then. Thank you. Thanks, Adam.
I forgot to mention that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from other members? Hearing seen none, then Mrs. Frank on the motion.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We'll move to item 16.
Resolution authorizing an agreement between the Williamsport Bureau of Fire and Lundy Construction.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
So, second.
Motion and a second. Chief, you're up again.
Okay, so again, this is between City of Williamsport Bureau of Fire and Lundy Construction. What it is the renovation of the kitchen at fire headquarters. Back in 1993, it was about a year after I came on. The administration had come from City Hall back over to headquarters, and we had to rearrange everything. Our kitchen actually became the administrative aide's office. The day room, or what is now our kitchen, is our kitchen, our training room, and it's pretty much our all-around room. We have our meetings there, everything. And so back in 1993, we lost our kitchen and we gained one room. So that was the last time that was renovated. And we're starting to have a lot of issues with the doors and the cupboards, everything just, with time coming, falling apart basically. So Chief Killian at the time last year had included it in the 2022 budget. We had started working on it. Scott Jolin had started working with some companies who gave us quotes. There were 2 quotes that we got. We found out that we had to do an RFP. And so then we started working with John Sander, who got us on board with Penn Bid. We put it out to Penn Bid, and Lundy Construction was by far the lowest. The They came in at $24,228. The other quote was around $86,000. There was a huge difference there. So, and one of the reasons for that big difference, we believe, we can't say for sure, we can't put, words in their mouth, but we think that the other company was just putting in a quote just to put in a quote. And they didn't really want it. So as it is, Lundy Construction, which is a city business, they came in at $24,228.
All right, thank you, Chief. This was also reviewed in public safety between Bonnie, Vince, anything from public safety?
Yes, the dollar amount, the 24,000 that's coming out of, again, what, Chief?
Facility maintenance.
Mhm. I had facilities down, but I didn't put maintenance. Looking at what they're going to do for 24,000, I think is terrific. They're doing cabinets, countertops, sink, and lighting, which this is for the fire department. This is the second home for these men. They eat, sleep, and work there. So this is necessary to get done. So I think it's for the price. I think it's really good. And this was reviewed by a city solicitor, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
In addition to that, I don't think you received a copy of it, but where is it? AIA document A101 was something that Austin had requested, and we did receive that. He reviewed it and made a few changes. So we will be forwarding the modified version to Lundy Construction.
What is that document, Chief? What does it consist of?
It basically it says what work will be done, how much it will be done for, when it will be, that it will be done in a timely manner, that kind of thing.
Okay.
It's-
And when are
it's,
they going to?
That we don't know just yet. With I spoke with Alex up at Lundy Construction, and she said that once we get it approved, and we can move forward, it'll come out of next year's budget, the 2023 budget. So she will, once we get that taken care of, then she will try to schedule that as soon as they can.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
You bet.
Any other comments or questions then from other members of council? All right, hearing seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 4-0. Last one, Chief Funks, item 17. Mrs. Frank, if you would read that, please.
resolution accepting a contract with First Due for software for the fire department.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Chief Funks, you are our last resolution of the year.
Good deal. So before you is a contract between the City of Williamsport Bureau of Fire and First Due Software. What this is a records management system, and it interacts with the Pennsylvania Fire Information Incident Reporting System and the National Incident Reporting System, so PENFIRS and NFIRS. This program is also able to acknowledge our 8-day work cycle, whereas the software that pay time is not able to work with our 8-day pay cycle. So what this will do is they'll have a bridge between First Due and pay time that we'll be able to send our scheduling and everything over to Paytime for payroll. The records management system is something that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, not officially yet, it's still in legal hands, but you know, everybody that I've talked to through the state fire commissioner's office have all said that, you know, that's who we're going with. I was just in a meeting a few Fridays ago, and the attorneys pretty much said the same thing. So the software is kind of in conjunction with the Paytime and the BSNA software that we're working with. And if Molly, if you have anything that you'd like to say regarding First Due.
Sure. So we looked at First Due probably 6 months ago, Chief. And as we were assessing different HRIS and financial systems, this was something that we wanted to ensure that we could that the system could accommodate First Due. The fire department has an anomalous scheduling system that it was difficult to find a system that would work with Paytime. Paytime could not do it on its own. So there are a lot of bells and whistles that we appreciate with First Due, in addition to the scheduling software, and it just kind of fell together. So we're excited to be able to bring all of the systems together, and we're hopeful that it'll work well.
Okay, thank you, Molly. One of the other benefits of First Due is that the number of modules that come with it, it eliminates a number of other software systems that we need to pay into, subscribe to. So the other benefit is that there's a very good possibility, I need to talk with Gary, but the codes department may be able to work within this program as well to do their inspections. So, any questions or anything?
All right, thank you, Chief. This was the last one reviewed in public safety. Bonnie, Vince, anything to add from the conversation?
Yes, this is, you know, so many different departments are going to record management. You know, the police department has it. Codes desperately needs one too. So this would be nice if it does work in conjunction. Chief, this did go through the city solicitor, right?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes, we did about 6 months ago.
the dollar amount is coming out of what I have written down here, and I don't know what this means. Contract service DCED funded.
So
yes,
that
was, sorry.
Go ahead, Molly.
Sorry. So that was
Sorry.
something that the mayor and Tracy and I worked with DCED for. So in addition to the 70% funding for Paytime and BSNA, they also incorporated the First Due 70% of the implementation costs in the first year costs for First Due.
So it's only for the first year then that this is going to be working for. Okay. So so for an annual fee, we'll be paying $11,700. Chief, where's that going to come out of your budget? Do you have that?
Yeah, that comes out of contract services.
Contract services. And you have here keeping specific to fire department at a cost of $800 for implementation fees and the $11,700. So there's really two different fees here.
Yeah, so the $800 is the cost of the scheduling module of First Due, and then the 11,700 is everything else that's included in it.
Okay, now these dollar amounts, is this taking into consideration the DCED funding? Is this what is going to be the cost for after the first year?
That's
Yes,
100. Sorry, chief.
go ahead, Molly.
That's 100% of the cost, and DCED would cover 70% of that.
Okay, for just the first year, but the $11,700 and the $800 is what it'll cost the fire department in the second year.
No, it would be 11,700 because the implementation cost would already be covered in the first year.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. Okay, so $11,700 is what they'll be paying after year one.
Yes.
Fantastic. It's a great program. It's what it's bringing you up to where you should be. And like you said, this is probably going to be a mandate, not in the near future. So,
Right. So if I may interrupt you there, one of the big things with this software is that the state is going to that. So the ENFRS or the fire reporting system portion, there's a number of different modules. So the fire reporting portion of it will be covered by the state. And then that will be is how we reduced from, I think it was 12,000 something down to the 11,700. The current software that we're using is about $4,000, but it was purchased by a new company, ESO, and everything that everyone that I've talked to said that their quotes that they've received from ESO have been in the $20,000 range. So this is, almost half of that.
fantastic. I don't have any more questions. I'll defer to my cohort there in crime, Vince, if Vince has any questions.
I don't. No, you covered everything. So thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments?
The only comment that I'll make is, within the past 2 weeks, we're adding roughly $150,000 in software costs to our budget to handle all this stuff. So I understand DCED is graciously picking up 70% of that for next year, and I think that's a good program for them to be doing. So that way we can get on board with it, and the initial blow isn't so bad to our budget, but it's going to require a lot of thinking as to where this is going to come out of next year and how we're going to fund it to go forward.
Here, here. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 4-0. Item 19, except for filing, we have the Finance Committee meeting minutes from October 25th, 2022. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments or questions for the minutes? Hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 4-0. Item 20, announcements. Our next regularly scheduled city council meeting will be held on Thursday, January 7th of 2023, 7 p.m. Trade and Transit 2. There's nothing listed on the agenda for upcoming meetings. So we do a reorganization meeting every year. We'll do this one at our first meeting in January. I think though we can do committee meetings. I think Janice, we can probably schedule those at least for the first round of council meetings for next year. Because I know we're going to have a number of things on the agenda. So we'll want to use the committees to try to just flush out some details. But we can work with committee chairs over the break to see if there's any date changes and that kind of stuff, at least for the first ones.
Okay,
But
I'll advertise the same dates then, right? Okay,
Yeah, and that's fine, at least for the first one. And then we can get through the first meeting and then, you know, so if anything changes, we can go from there, but that sounds good. So there's nothing listed for upcoming meetings, but there will be some, so, and they'll be advertised. Item 21, any comments? I'll just, you know, kind of echo my sentiments last week. We're remote, we're not in person, but, just thanks everybody for your work this year. There's 4 of us here tonight. Couple people couldn't make it. One had to leave early. That's okay. Just thankful to be serving with all of you and appreciate your work this year. And I'm looking forward to working with you next year. And I'm looking forward to working with the administration as well next year. Been a pretty crazy few years, but we got some good things going, and I'm looking forward to seeing them through. So thank you all.
Thank you as
And
well.
I would like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. See you next year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any other comments from members of council?
Nothing that everybody hasn't already said, so I think crazy is an understatement. So
Yeah. Yeah. Any
I will say
comments
one
from?
thing, though, if I
Oh,
could.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vince.
With as crazy as things do get, I'm extremely proud to say that I sit on council with each and every single one of you, regardless of whether we agree all the time or not. I think every single person here brings a unique perspective to the table. That is definitely a benefit to the city. So thank you all.
Here, here. Any comments from members of the administration? Mr. Black?
Yeah, this is just an observation. January 7th is a Saturday.
It's January 5th.
Well,
Thanks, Chris.
I'm sorry, my copy says the 7th. Okay.
And nope, I just echo the sentiments. Wishing everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year, and hope everyone is safe and healthy.
Thank
And
you.
thank you all for the work collaboratively. I agree with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. Any other comments from members of the administration? Janice, did we get any comments from members of the public?
No, we haven't. I've been checking all night.
All right, thank you very much for that, Janice. I appreciate that. And there's no members of the news media here. Janice, you didn't get any comments or questions from the news media?
Nothing.
All right, take a motion for adjournment.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Last meeting in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody have a safe and wonderful holiday, and we'll see you in 2023. Thank you all very much.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.